Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and redheaded stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation, and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 386. I mean, we can boot DOS now.
Yep, turn it on.
You only need an 8088 for that.
Yeah, but we're not up to that episode number yet.
You can finally boot up a decent version of Windows with a 386. But...
Yeah, well, I know the day of the x86s are numbered. I think it's going to go bye-bye. Snapdragon's taken over the world, it looks like.
Okay, let's see. Who we got joining us today? We got
Definitely not me.
Okay, we start off with Rick Euland. Okay, and Ron Deluxe.
You're muted, Ron.
Yeah.
Did you just say Ron Deluxe?
No. That was Ron Delvo.
Oh, okay. I said Deluxe. Like, what?
Okay, and then next over we got yours truly. And next row we got Ken Waters.
Hello.
And MarkO.
Hey there. Glad to be here today.
And Bob Emery.
Howdy, folks. Welcome to the show.
Kevin Holloway.
You're muted, Ken. Seems to be a trend today.
And
I
on
don't
the
want
last
to do that
row,
again.
we got David Ladd.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us.
And L Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the MIME episode.
Yep. And the guy who said he wasn't going to join us today, Grant Leedy.
Hello, everybody.
That's not Grant.
That's why I left you last. You said you weren't here.
And my question is, why did you let him in?
We're going to have to change that password.
Oh,
Yeah.
thanks.
Yeah, we'll have to change the secret.
But you
handshake,
forget,
too.
guys, you forget who controls the checkbook over here for CoCoNation. So be careful what you wish for.
Let's see.
Man, are our viewers not getting their money's worth?
In the chat, we got Kevin Holloway, J.E. Jones, Wayne Campbell, MarkO, Canadian Retro Things, Sixy, Jim Rye, Michael Zwiffle, Coco Living, Frank S. Tom Eric Gunderson. Did I get everybody? I think that
You got
counts.
60 and
very
David
short.
Craker, too, I think.
Not David Craker. Hi, David.
Yep, 60's
didn't
on
see
there.
where it was.
Jim Rye.
William Athing just joined.
Wayne Campbell was
Yep,
here and
William
gone.
Athing. All right, thanks for joining us. Let's see.
One public announcement we should make.
Sure.
The daylight saving switchover is tonight, right?
Yes.
Yes.
For those that
US.
actually do that.
Yeah,
So we should probably
we
let
fall
everybody
back
know,
an
because I
hour.
know like the UK does it at a different time, and the people like Ron and I don't do it at all, and neither does Nick. And so for those of you that do not switch, like if you're switching, you already know what's going on, but the show will be on 1 hour later if you don't change
Well,
time.
we fall back an
Fall
hour.
back. Yep. So 1
Yeah.
hour late.
But for me, it's an hour later. Like I don't change time, but on the clock, it's an hour later.
Right. Well, instead of being 1 o'clock now, it'd be 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
So
That's why you should keep a clock specifically set for U.S. Eastern Time. Therefore, you will never be late.
just call it CoCoNation time.
I just want to let people know that do not switch or switch at a different time of the year. Like I think the UK is a couple of weeks off the United States as far as when they switch.
yeah.
60 can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but yeah, just be aware that it'll be an hour shift for those of us that fall into that category.
And my clock is old enough to not understand these different times, so it goes bonkers for a while.
Right.
Okay. Well, nobody signed up for project updates today. So that means I guess we jump right into the Game On challenge.
You know.
If we must.
Okay. Here we
Where's
go.
Sloopy?
Yeah.
Laying low, I'm sure.
He didn't get his check.
It is time for the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week Results Video. This week we played Recochet. We had a total of 10 players. We had 8-bits in the basement with 325, MarkO with 445, Canadian Retro Things 2415, L Curtis Boyle 2500, Mark B 2855, Jim Gerrie 5755, Sloopy Malibu 6165, Tasman 16,175, Retro Rick 18,920, and this week's number one score belongs to Dr. Ted with 93,760. Thanks everybody that played. We'll see you again next week.
And the CoCoNation salutes Dr. Ted.
Salute. So I think we should just start every week, just bring up the score, say, yeah, Dr. Ted won again.
Right.
Somebody
Have
needs
you
to
been
make
keeping
a new,
count? Yeah.
Somebody needs to make a new a thingy for my board.
Yeah, not me. So
I think you should read out 8-bits in the basement's comment on the game, though.
Wait a second. Hey, I have it right here. So this is the ultimate comment for this game. This game, there are not many things on this planet that I hate to the very core of my being, but this makes me want to rip off my skin in frustration and roll in a vat of salt to quickly get it out of my head. Or get it out of my head quickly. Most times I played, I lasted about 7 seconds. Plop, 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 you're dead. I hate it. I'm off to give Nick's Hero a go.
The ultimate review.
There we go. So I couldn't find any actual reviews for this game, but I thought this one pretty summed it up quite well.
Can I give it
Yeah,
a
there would
minus
probably
rating?
wouldn't be because it was a tape magazine, a competitor to Rainbow, etc. So they probably didn't review.
Yeah. But I mean, it was definitely a frustrating game. The most frustrating thing I found in it was that if you died, then you could immediately die again right after. If a shot had already been shot after when you first died, the second shot would just hit you as soon as you respawned, and you didn't even have time to move.
2 in a row.
And it would get you right in the backside.
Yep.
Yeah, my most frustrating part was trying to play with keyboard controls because, as I was mentioning on the pre-show banter, my joystick adapter quit working, so I couldn't play with joystick. And then when the left and right, because there's no dead zone in between, basically you're facing left or you're facing right. So as soon as you let go of, I can't remember which arrow was, I think the left arrow, it immediately goes the other direction. So every time you're trying to move with the 4 arrow keys,
You're
would
always
end up shooting the wrong direction and I die. And
You're always facing right unless you hold the left arrow key or hold the joystick to the left.
Yeah. So I much prefer this on joystick. I do remember it being a bit easier when I did the screenshots for the website. So
interesting concept for a game. I mean, it's not overly complicated. The only thing I would have changed about it if I were the programmer is make it so you couldn't die just bang, bang, bang immediately. Like, be like Asteroids, where if there was something that was potentially going to kill you right away, it wouldn't respawn your ship until that thing had passed.
yeah. Or if there's a bullet in progress when you die, remove them.
Yeah. Or
so at least you have time to react.
Yeah. Or even sometimes it's one of the bouncing balls. Like you'll get hit by a bullet and then you respawn and a bouncing ball hits you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting concept because your player's stuck in the middle in that little slot that you can move up and down. And you can fire in both directions, and the balls will bounce. And then if they hit the middle layer, they'll go through and they'll start coming on the other side. So you have to really keep track. It's kind of like trying to play grabber. Your brain has to keep track of both sides at the same time and which ones are crossing over into the other side. And it's a challenging game, as obviously Peter just said in his review. in not so eloquent terms. But I think because we got some scores that were actually quite good, I think if you do practice and you kind of get your brain in that situation where it's kind of keeping track of the two sides properly, you can actually do pretty well. And I think, was it Tasman or was it Dr. Ted that it was mentioning that after level 7 it really speeds up? I never got that far with the keyboard controls.
I missed that comment, so it's I'm not sure who said that, but I can imagine. Well, it just keeps adding more of the things that are shooting at you. So I guess
but I think from what he mentioned, it speeds up as on top of that, because it's not fast enough, right?
The only thing that I missed about this game is it didn't have a timer.
I don't mind that. I hate timers. That reminds me of the old arcade games in the 70s where put in a quarter to play Space War for a minute and a half, and you want to play any more, put in another quarter and keep going until you're broke.
It didn't have enough ways to kill you. A timer would have been perfect.
How about an overheating laser if you fire too much? That would have worked.
Ooh, yeah. How to make Ricochet harder.
Yeah, cool spelling too. It's schoolboy style. But pretty good for a magazine game, I think. Wasn't
I think
bad.
so.
And fairly original. I don't recall. Somebody had mentioned in the comments that they had heard from the author or had read a review by the author or something, that apparently this was based in an arcade game. If it is, I don't know which one. But it was also mentioning that I can't remember the exact statement, but yeah, he supposedly had some background on it because the actual T&D does not mention who wrote it, and the program itself doesn't mention who wrote it. We know when it came out in 1984, but other than that, not much background.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I personally have never seen an arcade game that's anywhere close to this. Like I said last week, I think probably a really weird version of Omega Race might.
I was going to say it's like an inverted Omega Race. Instead of having the whole outside to go around freely, you have this tiny little bit in the middle you're stuck in.
Yeah.
And the aliens are all going around freely, basically.
So
I don't mind the game. I think 8-Bits in the Basement just got too frustrated too fast. But
yeah.
In my case, once I kind of got back in the groove again, even with keyboard, my scores went from like 50, 120, and that type of thing, up into the thousands repeatedly. So I actually did get a bit better on it.
It seems to be an easy game to get stuck in a rut. Like when I played it on Thursday night, like when I played it last Thursday, my scores were up in the mid thousands and just over 2,000. But then when I played it last week, I just got stuck in this rut where I couldn't score more than like about 150 points.
Yeah, that was my first 10 games.
Bang, dead, bang, dead. It's like, oh. So that gets frustrating, and then you're just like, nope, not going to play that. And as Peter said, I went to Hero.
Yeah. No, it's not a bad game for a magazine game. I mean, it was like cheap. I mean, you paid T&D, I think it was $60-70 a year, and you got 12 issues. So you got a game or 2 or 3 every single month, and at least one ML one for the most part, I think, except at the very beginning. So it was, I wouldn't have minded getting that one for that price back in the day.
Yeah. I mean, it was definitely a playable game, and
didn't totally frustrate me. I didn't do very good, but at least I kept willing to try.
Yeah, I would have been much less frustrated if I had a joystick. It's a real pain in the ass to play. On the deluxe, I'm trying to remember from when I played it back when I did the website. I think I actually was adjusting the left-right centering pot so that if I knew I was going to be shooting a bunch of aliens on the left, I would just adjust it a bit so it would always fire left by default if I let go of the joystick. And then if I was going to be to the right, I'd swift it over a little bit there, and it would default to the right. So it was kind of nice to adapt.
I think defaulting it to the left would be a lot better because that's the side that all of the guys that are shooting you spawn from. So
yeah, but later in the game, sometimes you want to favor the right because that's where all the aliens are.
Well,
so adjusting the pot actually helped me back then. I think I got a better score actually.
I'm just thinking in the early stages, if I
in the early stages or beginning of each level for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, if I plugged in a deluxe joystick, I would have adjusted the pot so that I would be facing left all the time, so that or automatically facing left, because that was the annoying thing, is that if I ever let go of the joystick, I automatically switched over to the side that facing right, and that's usually when I got killed by something on the left.
Yeah. That's actually an unsung a great thing about the deluxe and the craft joysticks in general, is that pot's adjustable and you can just adjust it with your thumb. So if you have a game that is very precise or favors one side or the other, depending on where the game you are, it's nice to be able to adjust it just on the fly.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Does anybody else that Mark B, how did you get such a good score this week?
I pretty much always just sat at the top, kept flipping back and forth as needed, but I found it did get a little better when I actually moved a little bit when I saw something was coming at me.
You
But I
have
could
to do
tell
that.
on the balls, they would follow one of two tracks that I
Mm-hmm.
could tell. And on one track, they would hit right above where I was at. And on the ricochet from that, that's when I could get them. And then on the other track, that's when they would be slightly lower and they would get me. So I knew to move out of the way when one was coming down that track. You know, they kind of zigzag in a couple of different tracks.
Yeah, so logic. That's how you did it.
Mm-hmm.
He found the pattern.
Not my style. Not my style.
Found they were always kind of hitting the same spot right above where I was at.
I guess 60 was just trying it in XROR here, and he says, oh, wow, the bias is really to the right. Even XROR's virtual joystick return to left or right of center approach doesn't help. Yeah, you kind of need a return to a dead zone in the middle, like the middle 8 positions or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. I think a way that this game could be improved is put a dead zone in the center of the joystick. So when you flip over to a side and you go back to the center, it stays there until you flip to the other side.
Yeah, I agree. There's a few CoCo games that have that same problem, though.
Okay.
Which is just...
New thing for you, Curtis. That's another fix for you.
Actually, it wouldn't be hard. You just have to put where it's reading the joystick. Change the...
Yes, Cat.
Change the joystick read.
I've got way too many projects right now to even entertain doing patches to games.
So, David, I think even you could do that one.
Just find David, you can do it. You know enough assembly. You can figure it out.
Find where it's reading the joystick and just change the number.
I don't know assembly, Curtis. Some other person with the same name as me helped you with some of the OS9 stuff. Not me. Nope.
Actually, I'm not sure if it's actually in the news today, but 8 Bits in the Basement, who we were talking about earlier, just did a video on assembly, so maybe he could do this.
All right.
Get him to visit this game
he did a new video just this morning?
Yeah, it got released this morning. Basic versus assembly in the 6809.
No, I didn't catch that one.
Oh, okay. Well, it'll be in next week's news. Go watch it.
I did do a check this morning, so you must have released it fairly recently this morning.
Well, 4 or 5 hours ago.
No. Why did it not show up?
I haven't finished watching it yet, but hey, since he's getting into this assembly stuff, maybe we should see if he'll disassemble this program and change the joystick.
He wrote his own assembly language game, remember? We've actually played that one on the challenge.
But it would be interesting to get him to see if he'll actually look at a game that it makes him want to rip his skin off and roll around in a vat of salt.
Oh, I should mention on Discord this past week, I got on a call with Tim Lindner, and I kind of mentioned about the Ghost Town. You know, that would work really good with a light gun. He sounds like he's intrigued enough he might take a stab at it later. He's got some other stuff on the go right now, but that would be cool.
Yes, that would be excellent. Okay, well, does anybody else have anything they want to say about Ricochet?
Nope.
Going once, going twice. Bueller? Nope. Okay. The other game that we played was Nick's Hero, which is a very impressive game considering it's all basic. So, and it works definitely well if you have like VCC or something and you can overclock it a bit, but it is still playable if you're playing it on a regular system.
Yeah, Gimme X, if you have one, is recommended. That's a pretty decent speed to play it at. And Buck Owens released a complete playthrough right through the end, running it on VCC at about the same speed of Gimme X runs. So that'll be coming up with the game news.
Yeah, I saw that was last night he released that, I think.
Yeah, last night or earlier this morning, one of the two.
So if you don't know Hero, then it's basically a game where you're going through trying to save some trapped miners, and you've got things like a laser gun and you can drop dynamite. And I know a few people were having there's a few people who were having trouble figuring out how you drop the dynamite, because obviously the spacebar, it's a keyboard controlled, so it's arrows to move, spacebar to fire your laser, and when you're on the ground, just push down, and that's how you drop dynamite.
Yep. I think Hero actually was a bit of an inspiration for Steve Bjork's Mine Rescue, if you've ever played that. There are some similarities. The gameplay is quite different, but the rescuing miners thing is.
So, I don't know. Does anybody have any tips or tricks for Hero?
This is one you're going to have to memorize the Bet's paths for each level. Yep. You can make a huge difference in your survivability and your score if you do it in the proper order, and you'll just have to figure that out as you go through maps. Maybe just write little notes, on level 1, screen 1, go through the bottom left corridor, not the right, or something along that line.
Also, if you turn the light off, you'll be working off of memory.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, if you get completely lost on a light off, you can actually drop dynamite and it'll flash where the empty spaces are, and you can kind of see.
You get a flash of what the screen looks like.
Yeah.
But that's one of the things about it. If you go down the wrong path, often you'll hit a light, and then you'll be playing in complete darkness in the level. However, in later levels, there's some of the paths you have to take where you will hit the lights. So you got to quickly, as soon as you come onto a screen, quickly try to memorize it if it's new, just in case the lights go out.
Yeah. I was going to ask, I didn't even get a chance to watch the Game On Challenge because I was basically handing out Halloween candy most of the night, so I got to catch little glimpses of it, and then I'd be back to the door. How many people have tried playing it at the really slow CoCo 1 and 2 speeds with the ROM speed up poke versus a CoCo 3? And if you did, what was your experience doing so?
I'm not sure. I played it on the CoCo 3 level, or on the CoCo 3 speed up, so. I actually I played it overclocked on VCC, and then I played it just on the regular CoCo 3 speed, or the sped up CoCo 3 speed.
Yeah, the CoCo 1-2 speed, it's still a playable game. You still have to solve the puzzles of which way to go through is the best and everything else, but it's a little too slow almost, I would say. It's playable.
I think Nick, the author, actually said that's the way you play it if you're a masochist.
Yeah. Now, if you can get the Sam doubler from Brendan Donaghy, if that it's back on sale again yet, you can actually get the equivalent of a CoCo 3 double speed poke, and then it's not too bad. And a Gimme X or Gimme Z, if Alan has that out fairly soon, hopefully. I know he found some bugs and he had to fix a few things, and then he's been really busy on top of it. He's close. He's close to getting the first version of it out, and I think it supports the triple speed and the 2 or 8 meg of RAM is what he's shooting for right out the start. So hopefully that'll be out fairly soon. People can get upgrades, and I'll mention a few other games. Rescue and Fractals runs really well at 3 megahertz. Now, Ken, you mentioned you played it overclocked in VCC. Did you overclock it to the equivalent of the Gimme X, like the 2.8 or 2.68 megahertz, or did you go even faster?
I went even faster. I overclocked it to about 4.5 megahertz.
Because I know Buck Owens was overclocking it to like 7 to 10 when he was doing it.
Yeah. I found that about 4.5, it was playing at about the same speed as the Atari version, the Atari 2600 version.
Yeah, I got a bit of a scare when I found Buck's full playthrough video, because the YouTube video didn't put the period in the megahertz. So it looked like he was going to play it at like 686 megahertz or something. Oh, I got to see this. And oh, no, the period disappeared for some reason.
Well, because you can't put a period in the title.
Ah, that's why.
There's for some stupid reason, or in a file name. So it probably just automatically moved his file name over to be the title of the video.
Yeah, it could be.
So
it's a good game, though. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's Hero. So I do have to say I made it a lot farther in this version of it than I've ever made in the Atari version.
Well, the tart version is pretty fast.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. This is more of an explore game than a hyper fast arcade game like the Atari.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess shall we talk about the live show that happened
Yeah,
on
I missed most of it,
Halloween
so go ahead.
night? Well, I missed quite a bit of it too because I was also handing out candy back and forth. So
yeah, both my roommates were working nights, so I was on solo duty, and we had more kids this year, about 15% more than last year, so it was busier.
So as you can see, we had a few people playing Ricochet, and there I'm playing that I think is
Hero.
the overclocked version of Hero that I'm playing there. So see later on. Here I'm playing the just CoCo 3 speed.
You're okay, the top left one?
Yeah, this up top left corner.
I see you got the wrong monitor type too.
Yeah, well, you know, I like to make things interesting. I had it on composite because I had been playing Ricochet before this and had to be on composite for that. So there.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, unfortunately, because I had completely forgotten that Thursday was Halloween, so it wasn't a terribly busy Thursday night playthrough. And those of us that were there, some of us were often having to leave and go hand out candy. So
yeah, I'm glad I wasn't as busy as William Astle because he had mentioned he had over 200 kids.
By the end of the night, I had about 150. So
yeah, I only got up to 79.
It was a very slow start though. Like I think it was probably by 6:30 I had only had about 7 kids, and then by 7:30 I'd had about 150. So
wow, it almost looks like Sloopy's playing the CoCo 1 and 2 version. I think that's the speed it runs at. And he's playing real hardware, so yeah, he might be running the CoCo 1 and 2 one.
Let's see if I... Oh yeah, it looks like it's moving.
Yeah, I'm pretty
slower.
sure that is the CoCo 1-2 speed.
So that's
for those of you who haven't tried it yet.
That's the masochist version.
That's the what?
The masochist version.
Yeah, that's the slowest it will run on a CoCo 1, 2, or 3. Well, unless you patch code to take the speed up poke completely out, then it's really, really slow. As Nick and I have mentioned before, I don't think he's on the call yet. But Hero probably wasn't the best game to pick to demo. I mean, visually it looks great.
Yeah.
So it's a good demo visually for the semi-graphics modes in BASIC, but there's so much checking you have to do because you have to check you have to collide with any of the walls. Is it a lava wall versus a regular wall? Did you hit a light switch? Did you hit the monsters? There's a lot of floating point math really slowing it down. And as we'll talk about in the news, I guess Glen Hewlett has got a faster floating point library we mentioned on the news last week. That's about 25% faster than the Microsoft one. So maybe if it can be run and even semi-compiled under that later on, that might be worth trying on a CoCo 1 or 2. But well, yeah, a simple shooter or something would just did you hit one of 6 ships? That's all you have to check for. Probably would have been a better fit.
Although he did manage to make a perfectly playable game, so.
Oh yeah. On the CoCo 3, it's not bad. Like what you're playing there, that's not a bad speed.
The CoCo 3 is definitely a playable version. CoCo 1, 2, maybe not so much, but
playable. It's just it's a bit annoyingly slow. Give me X and give me Z. That's where it's at. That for me is a good speed.
Or just overclock your VCC.
Yeah. Or MAME. Well, I guess MAME you can't specifically overclock though. You can only shut it right off, and depending how fast your machine is, that could be like 10 to 100 times faster than normal. So
that's and I don't know with XOR can you overclock?
I'm pretty sure you can, but I can't remember if you can overclock like specific settings. Like that's one nice thing about VCC. You didn't have that slider.
Yeah.
And you can adjust it to the exact speed you want versus, full bore, my M4 chip is running at full throttle, or my Intel i9 mega core is running it at full throttle, then that's what MAME basically does when you unlock it. It's just way too fast.
So I do have one thing that I thought was funny here. If you're watching my screen up in the top left corner there, oops, right here, I somehow dropped a bomb in midair.
Huh. Did Nick see that?
I don't think he did. He wasn't on the call yet.
He always likes learning about these extra features.
I think it was because I was just barely touching the edge of the platform. So when it dropped, it put the bomb right in midair. So I actually was just barely below it, and it didn't kill me. So obviously the bomb only reads up and beside.
So for the other people on the call here that I've actually played here, what do you guys think of the game?
I like it.
And what speed did you play it on?
I was on VCC normal.
So have you ever played it on like the Atari or any ColecoVision or any of those other versions?
No.
Okay.
I've only played on the CoCo 3 at normal speed, and it's a little pokey. I guess if I use the fast poke, it would probably play a little smoother. But I'm just impressed that it's how good it looks overall for what it is. I mean, just graphics mode and all that, and all in basic.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the thing to take away from this, is that this game is entirely in basic. And I mean, this is the type of thing that I dreamt about making when I was a kid, just learning basic. I was like, oh, I wonder if I can make a game like that.
Now, is there a way to take this code and make it into a machine language result?
Not currently, because there's we're using some techniques that are kind of hijacking basic, and some of the compilers won't have a clue to do with that. But it does sound like Glen Hewlett and possibly one of the other people doing compilers type stuff is thinking about adding support for this kind of thing as well. So in that case, yeah, you could. You have to probably rewrite it to get the best games, though.
You could do a hybrid, though, couldn't you? Like if you added, like, say, the checks to be machine language rather than basic.
I don't know if any of those compilers support partial, like where this part's compiled and this part's not. I don't know. That's a good question. I honestly don't know.
There we go. There's another CoCo Tech thing. Can you?
Yeah, we'll have to see if Glen Hewlett will come
hybrid
on
something like this.
Well, it's my job to do this.
You're going to do the port? That's awesome, Ron.
All right,
we'll
Ron.
get Glenn and you on and discuss how you optimized it.
Go for it,
Is
Ron.
my microphone working?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's why we caught that. That's why. Thanks for committing to it.
You're secretly you're
master
secretly
coder.
A master coder, aren't you?
I know we record this, Ron. This is all on record.
Ouch.
Yeah.
At least
All
a
right.
dozen people have heard this, so of course they're all on the panel. But
So, just to reiterate, this is the live Game On challenge that we play on Thursday nights in the Discord channel. So if you want to join us, everybody is welcome. Just show up at 8 o'clock Eastern time, whatever that is for you locally. And remember, with the time change next week, if you're in one of those wonderful places where they don't change their clocks, then it's an hour different. And if you're in one of those idiotic places that do change their clocks, then it's at the same time. I'm not actually saying how I feel about time change here.
now you grew up in the
I grew up in
Wonderland where we don't change.
The smart place where you don't change your time. Like, why would you?
Us and Ron both. Ron, I mean, left Rochester and eventually made it there just because of the time zone change, I think.
So how much energy just changing the time actually save?
I would guess none.
Nothing.
None.
Nothing.
Because any energy you save in the morning is just going to be used extra.
It probably costs more energy actually because people suddenly wake up late because they forgot to change the clock and then they have to rush to work. So they're speeding, burning more gas, causing more pollution. It's just terrible all the way around.
Well, actually, the fall is fine, but back when I was on the fire department, the Monday morning of after the springtime change was about 450% higher car accidents and just regular accidents from people getting that hour less sleep. We're about
and they've proven it also
450%
causes health
higher.
problems with like heart conditions and stuff too, the same thing. So it's just generally bad all the way around.
Right. And even the farmers don't operate by the sun anymore. And
no, they have combines that light it up like a
so-
Christmas tree. You can see everything. You
Right.
could read a book by it,
24/7 on that thing. So,
Now,
yeah.
Ken, I think you should back it up just a little bit, your live stream here, because MarkO should explain what is this mystery game he's playing.
It's not a mystery game. It's something that I've been showing off for a couple of years now. It hasn't gone much further. It's actually a game that Brett Gordon wrote.
You had that at CoCoFEST.
I did. It's actually a network game. It's kind of cool. It uses DriveWire for the transport currently. But literally, the disk is a boot disk. There's actually, I think you see, I don't know if you saw the little screen there. It's only got like 6 files on the disk. It's got a low-level driver for DriveWire, both Becker and serial port. And then it has basically a setup program and a config file, and then a kernel it loads. So literally, it connects to the loads of DriveWire drivers, connects to your DriveWire server, and then reaches out through TCP/IP. It's right there. The files are on the disk. It's all it's there. And then it literally downloads, logs in, downloads the game, downloads the graphics and images and all the resources, and then connects to the server. And so it's all server based. So it's kind of cool. I know Brett's been working on another game of his, uses the same system that'll run on CoCo 1 and 2. So, but I'm not going to talk about that. Anyway, just to say it's out there though.
So is it completed or is it still a work in progress?
Oh, no. Jay hasn't worked on it for a couple of years. Jay Cyril was the one who's doing the game, the actual game. Brett is working on the low end, and I've been learning all the other bits and pieces. So it'll go somewhere eventually when I have some time. And
my next question, because since Thomas Jerry Holmes is pushing, FujiNet so hard, which does a lot of the same stuff there, is there any plans on maybe making it work on that transport?
Yeah, it should be possible to do that.
And then make it multi-platform eventually. You could kick in like an Apple 2GS or Amiga or whatever on it.
Yeah, a 2E with extended graphics or 2GS would match up fine with the CoCo 3's graphics. So yeah, it's isometric. It's all at an angle, which is kind of cool. So yeah, like I said, the game's being worked on. Like I said, it's still just kind of a demo, but it is kind of neat though that it actually everything's fetched off the server. The viewable area is a 10 by 10 grid. There's actually a 16 by 16 grid that's kept on the local CoCo 3, and then the rest of the map is actually kept on your host system, which could run under Mac or run under Linux. Uses GCC for the game itself, so you got to be able to compile that and target the 6809 GCC. But no, it's pretty cool. I actually made a map that was 2048 by 2048 tiles, which is 4 gigabytes, I think. Yeah, I think it's 4 gigabytes is the image file. And then it just fetches it down to the CoCo a chunk at a time.
And how many players can play simultaneously?
This one's set up for 4, but it's, of course, a little bit more interactive. If you had a turn-taking game, you could probably easily triple that, quadruple that, 16 players. If you're playing something like Chinese checkers or a turn-taking game of some sort, role-playing or otherwise. So,
okay. And Rick Euland, have you been in contact with Brett about him maybe getting a port of it to work on your network card as well?
Well, the disconnect is a lot of this game runs on a local server to you, the other side of your DriveWire connection, which we wouldn't have. So you would actually need like some remote super server somewhere to deliver everybody's.
Actually, I could be running this locally. But I'm actually running off a cloud server. So my CoCo 3 is connecting to a Raspberry Pi for my local DriveWire server, and that's connecting to the internet and going back east someplace to actually where the server is stored.
Right, but didn't you say a large part of this game ends up on the Pi? So
it could, if you run it from the Pi. I've run it from a 1 gig Apple, for a Raspberry Pi. Right now, this is actually running on an 8 gig cloud server. but it doesn't need that much at all. It just happened to be what I was running on. It doesn't take that much memory.
So, I mean, there's a slightly different architecture that would work, and that would be there's a central server that runs everybody's maps for them.
Yes.
And then the CoCo just connects to that.
Yep,
And
that's
then
what's happening here.
CoCo needs a little more than a display routine to handle what. Okay,
Yep.
I mean, it's doable, but it's kind of far from where the game is now. And like you say,
Mainly it's just replacing the drive wire drivers with CoCo IO drivers, and then of course it's tailored after the TCP connect string for drive wire, so you'd have to either replicate that at some layer for the CoCo IO or have a separate connection. But it'd be easy enough to do. Just haven't got around to it yet. Been trying to get all the bugs whammered out of it. It crashes a whole lot less now. Strangely enough. No. Yeah, the game itself is written in GCC for the server and Lua. It has an embedded Lua engine in it. And so parts of it are in Lua and parts of it are in C. So, and it still has a few holes in it. So, but anyway, like I said, I like to show it off just to get a little attention. So, it'll go somewhere at some point.
Yeah, it's definitely got promise.
Oh, it does. It's great. No, it's be possible to do other games too. Yeah, the most difficult thing is that the CoCo is not the entire thing. I mean, it's not designed to run with just your CoCo. You need something else to help. But that something else could be as simple as a Raspberry Pi 3. So.
Sorry, Ken, I didn't mean to turn into a Game On Challenge CoCo Tech episode.
Oh yes, that's that right there is Brett's bunny machine. You walk up to the machine there and tap the space bar, and it creates a bunny for you.
It's nice to hear your voice anyway, Mark. You don't talk much.
Oh, I don't. That's fine. You can see all the bunnies the same graphic. There's not 4 different directions. That's one thing I need to fix too, is to replicate that gray bunny and make it face different directions.
So basically, you got to hurry up and finish this so that we can do a 4-person Game On Challenge.
Exactly.
At CoCoFEST.
At CoCoFEST.
Yep.
There you go.
Right. Clock's running.
Yeah, no, I know. So.
Could you actually have somebody fall through one of those squares?
No. Actually, all of the tiles are flagged as either walkable or unwalkable. So the object there, the little bunny machine, is unwalkable. Even though it's a temporary structure, it's not part of the surface. You can't walk on it. And the blue there is water, and you can't walk on water. You can walk on the green, which is grass. And the edges off the screen, if you see the little question marks, those are basically an unknown tile. They're also unwalkable.
Can you have a God version of this?
Yeah, technically you
could walk
yes.
on water.
Sure. Yeah, it'd be easy enough to do. All you'd have to do is just take and be able to flip a flag and say that this tile type is now walkable instead of unwalkable. And then you can walk on it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are designed to be flexible, to be changed midstream.
I can remember at the show, watching you guys playing it, and it was pretty cool to watch.
It's a great demo at this point, but it will be a great basis for a game at some point too, or multiple games.
So you actually have to have the scores and stuff showing, right? And they'd have to update.
Yeah, there's actually screens you can bring up that have stuff. The bottom area is just messaging and stuff. You see where it says "Beware of the toads." When I first started the level, there's a little sign. You walk up to it and you tap the space bar and it reads the sign for you. So yeah, you can get status stuff in the bottom. Theoretically, you can put stuff in the corners too.
So this could get as complicated as you want.
Yeah, well, part of it is just how long it takes to download the graphics and images and stuff. Basically, as you walk toward an edge, then it makes requests that you're moving a certain direction to fetch down new segments, basically. And
yeah, like a row or column of
row or column
tiles.
Yep, exactly.
Plus creatures and everything else you got in there.
Yep. Yeah. So as I recall, I think it requires at this point about 512K for all the stuff, the way it's set up.
No sounds or anything?
Not yet. I mean, it could have that. It just doesn't have anything yet. So sound routines could be added, and sound data could be downloaded.
And you probably could do a CoCo 1.2 version. You just have to redesign the graphics and then the graphic engine.
Yep. You'd have to definitely go with a lower resolution or less colors. So.
Both.
Both. Yeah, both.
Probably P mode 3 because you got a lot of green and blue and yellow there, so that's a good.
There's also yellow sand color. I made some lava, which is reddish.
That's perfect for color set 0 P mode 3 because that's only got 4 colors and they happen to be green, yellow, blue, and red.
Yeah, one thing about it is you could change it as well. Actually, this thing has palettes, the defined palettes, but when you load a new what they call Brett calls a zone, you can redo stuff. So you could literally create a new color palette for a different zone, and when you transition zones, you could then load and have other colors then.
Yeah, it sounds like it was designed for the the long-term expandability in the future. Just need to get
definitely
get an actual game done.
So
Yep,
how is
exactly.
how is this all programmed and like what language?
How it's all programmed? Well, basically, Brett is a Debian Linux guy, and I'm running on Ubuntu right now, but I also have Debian set up as well. And Jay was just actually using Windows, and it's been kind of cross-platform to this point. But there's different parts to it. There is the game, the program code itself that runs on the CoCo, which is done in the GCC patch for the 6809. So use the 4.6.4 GCC and then patch it so it'll generate 6809 code. And that's primarily what is sent down to the color computer. The main game itself is compiled under GCC, but it also has Lua, which is a scripting language. I guess World of Warcraft uses Lua. A lot of people like Python, but they selected Lua. So the Lua engine, there's actually a Lua engine that's written in C code. And so you can actually compile the Lua engine into your executable. So the executable is the game, a lot of the game logic. Well, not so much the game logic, the game, I guess, specifics or environment. And then it has the Lua engine compiled into it. And then a lot of the stuff is done with Lua script that is then loaded, it's interpreted, read by basically the game engine. So
I understood the part where you said, well.
You were just prompting me to tell everybody else what it is. Yeah, so it is really
so the main engine that controls the game is written in a combination of Lua and C.
Correct. And then there's
the
also
CoCo side is written in C as well, or is it written in assembly?
Yep. Yeah, it's written in C as well. And there's a little bit of assembly in there.
So actually writing the game part consists of writing a map and then writing the Lua script to describe how
it interacts.
On the map react.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And then hoping you don't do something stupid and break it. So occasionally.
But now you've got a game engine, so you can make, as many games as you want to make with it. So.
Oh yeah, it's a framework. It's really a delivery system is what it is. And like I said, it all originates on the server. So it's like the one screen share, you could see the files. There's only just a few files on the disk. I mean, literally, it's got DriveWire drivers and a kernel program that loads. And the setup program lets you manipulate like what my login name is, which server I want to contact, that sort of stuff. I mean, it's just everything comes off the server. It connects, it handshakes, it says, hi, this is me, this is my login. It goes, oh, well, here's your game. Let me download your game image to your computer. Here's your resources you need. And then it hooks you up, hands you off to the server, and then you're connected.
So on the CoCo, this is all in RAM? Nothing.
Yes. Yeah, it's all in RAM.
You don't have to write anything.
Nope.
Why do we hijack your segment there, Ken? I'm sorry.
Huh? What's going on? Is it okay? So Thursday nights, 8:00 Eastern. Join us in the Game On Challenge channel. So,
on Discord. Yep. And if you can't participate, you can watch it live and comment on Twitch or on YouTube. I think we've given up on Facebook, haven't we, Mark B?
For the time being.
Although I think I've recently found some instructions that might shed some light on it.
Okay. Keep us posted if you figure something out. I know we've had a few people kind of complaining it's not there.
Talk to Jim Brain about it, because I know that he has a way that he streams the Glenside meetings to Facebook after they made the change. So you might ask him.
Yeah, I found some instructions just today when I was updating the titles that suggest a way to do it. But you have to get a token from Facebook and plug it into Restream.
Okay. Yeah.
So that might be how to get that back again.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Just I'll let you know. It can be done. It's just not easy out here.
Okay, and now I noticed that Nick, the author of here, has joined. We're pretty well done talking about it, so too bad, Nick. No, I'm just kidding. But I did want to mention there was a question for Nick, actually, I'm trying to scroll back here to see who was it was asking. Area 51 Aliens Exists is asking, are there any Easter eggs in Hero?
No, no, I had them for breakfast, not in the game. No,
What?
no Easter eggs.
Planting
You
a
ate
bomb
before
other
you
than on
came
the
here?
floor.
Yeah, did you see Ken manage to float a bomb in midair?
Floater bomb? No, no.
Yep. Well, it's long gone now, but
You found a oh, okay, there's an Easter egg. There you go.
there's
There
a
you
feature.
go.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
Flying bomb drop. Yeah.
And
All of a sudden
I
there
did
is.
learn from that if you get just under the bomb and it explodes, it doesn't kill you. So obviously the bomb explosion only reads up and to the sides.
Yeah. Question. What sort of monitor are you running when you had the video up there before? You had all funky colors there. I'm just wondering. Have you got a composite?
I was just running in composite.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a composite RGB thing.
Yeah, I was running on VCC, and
Nick's a bit of an RGB snob, so
I had it set to composite for playing Ricochet earlier, and I probably just never changed it. So
it still comes up looking all right. Just different colors.
Yeah, there you go. I like to be different.
Look at his shirt.
Yeah, you'd never guess the shirts I wear.
That's right. It's overflowed into the game.
There you go.
I've done my job here.
Yeah.
Oh, your job is not done yet, Ron.
Uh-oh.
You still have to do some
right. You forgot already. You can't say it. Don't say
you have to do some programming.
I don't hear it.
Right.
I don't hear it.
Like, blah, 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 blah.
Actually, before we go on to Ken announcing the game for next week, Ron, you did a few things here that are probably worthwhile doing from Ron's Votes. Do you want to do a Ron's Garage segment here?
Why are you
after Ken's done, but before we have a break and get onto the news?
What could there possibly be that I'd have that was any good to show?
You had a few things, actually. I remember.
Yeah. Pass me by.
So now you got a few minutes to think about
We'll do
it.
a Ron's Garage. It's going to take me about 30 seconds to do this announcement for the new game, and then Ron, you have to do Ron's Garage.
Oh, geez.
Okay, so this game I'm going to bring up is probably going to be easy to guess because it's one of those games that has the name of the title of the game right on the every screen that you play. So
somebody else will get it wrong.
Oh,
Catacombs.
It's
No,
Score.
I'm just kidding.
It's Score.
yes,
right.
We are playing Zonx. Or no, sorry, we're playing Score. Or no, 100. We're playing 100.
Yeah, I think Zonx is the initials of the player. No, I'm just kidding.
So we're playing Zonx this week.
CoCo 1, 2.
Yes. CoCo 1, 2. This is a game. There's actually a type in from Rainbow Magazine, yet it's all machine language. So I think was it Rainbow or is it Hot Cocoa? No, I'm forgetting. Remember, Ken?
Look,
the Rainbow.
I know it's magazine.
The archive.
Hot Rainbow.
This is how I learned to handle frustration. Data. Number, comma, number, comma, number.
Rainbow Magazine.
Okay.
October 1985.
And if you
Written
get-
by David Billen.
And even one typo gets you a new screensaver.
Exactly. And it's somewhere in them data statements. I know it's in there.
Yeah. That's what Rainbow Check was created to help catch. I did use that a fair bit. Yeah, Zonx is a good game. It's an arcade one. You're the ship on the bottom. Actually, Ken, do you want to explain how to play it, or I shouldn't be hijacking your segment anymore? I already screwed it up.
No, that's fine. Original game. I'll read it from this L Curtis Boyle's website. Zonx is an original arcade with 3 levels to go through. On the first level, you must try and catch as many of the shapes, Zonx, scrolling past you as you can. On the second level, you must try to avoid all the new shapes coming at you, Zugs. On the third, both of these shapes come down at the same time, so you have to pick and choose which ones to catch and which ones to dodge.
And it's fast. No speed up pokes needed here. And it's also got some of the coolest original CoCo music type stuff I've heard on a CoCo 1 and 2. It doesn't have your organy music like we're usually used to.
So there you go. That is the game for the next 2 weeks.
And one more week on Hero?
And one more week on Hero.
Which I noticed even Nick submitted a score for.
Yep, but I got beaten by Ken.
And I'm sure Buck Owens.
Buck has already
Buck Owens
finished the game off, so.
He's already done it all, yeah.
I haven't seen if Dr. Ted's gotten a score yet either. It'll be a race because you don't replay any of the levels after you finish all 20, do you? You just finish the 20 levels and that's it. So
yeah.
So to get the highest score, you have to start on level 1. You can't cheat and start later on because you won't get as many points. And 2, you have to go around and try to kill all the creatures and not skip any, even if it's harder to play, to go down certain routes if you want the maximum score. So that'll be the challenge.
Sometimes, because sometimes avoiding creatures.
Your timer bonus, I guess. Yeah.
Get you a better bonus. So you got to figure out what's better, the timer bonus or the points you get for killing the creature.
For most of us mere mortals, it's just be how far in the game you can get. But
yeah, pretty much.
But for Ted and Buck, it'll be like who can get the biggest score finishing the game.
AI versus AI.
Yeah. Chat GPT versus Eliza. No, that's a bit more close than
that. Are you calling Buck Eliza the old one?
I'm not saying who's who in that one.
Well, Buck's the OG, so that would make him Eliza.
Yeah, we already talked about it earlier and did a review on it, and Nick slept in, so he can watch it after.
So
next Thursday, the Be There or Be Square, that'll be me. I'm hoping I can get on, but unfortunately, I can't play the joystick unless I play in my real CoCo and just take photographs of the screen. At least here, I don't need a joystick, though. That works on keyboard. And ZONX, I think, will work okay with keyboard subbing as a joystick. I hope. Because I don't think you can't stand still in the middle, right? You have to be moving left to right. Remember?
Good
Bob shit nodding.
I never tried, so I don't
there's no staying still unless you're up against one of the walls.
Huh?
You came in really muddy there.
You've been watching way too many Charlie Brown specials.
Right? Swallowed my.
Yeah, you sounded like the teacher.
Do a Darth Vader impression now. Say something.
I am your sister.
Yeah, say that.
Well, I switched microphones. Is this one better?
Oh, that's much better.
Oh, that's much better.
Anyway, I was just agreeing that, there's no standing still unless you're up against one of the walls.
Right.
Spent many hours playing Zonks.
Yeah. I still love the soundtrack. It's one of the best ones on any CoCo 1 or 2 game. It's kind of a rockin' tune. There. So, has that bought you enough time, Ron?
Yeah. I do have a news flash.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows who William Barden Jr. is, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I got in touch with his sister, and he's doing okay. I haven't been able to get a hold of him for a couple of years, and finally, I saw his sister on his Facebook thing, so I contacted her and asked her if he's doing well. She said he is, and sent me his email, so I'll be able to contact him and find out. I think he's in Japan.
Oh, is he?
Japan.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, if
him and Joel Reese get together, then
I'd like to get him to contribute something to the show. Even if he's just says hi to everybody, he's doing well, and he enjoys, checking in on the CoCo now and then. Whatever, if he does, I don't know.
For those of you in the audience here who may not know who William Barden Jr. is, he wrote a ton of books, not just for the CoCo, but for other tier cities as well. But probably his most famous one is teaching color computer assembly language that was actually sold at Radio Shack stores for a while.
Yep, and I got him to sign mine. It was cool. So we can just go into sharing here.
Okay, well, first we have to do.
think we spelled deluxe wrong.
Okay then. Yeah. The garage. I think this is the right one. Are we up?
Just waiting. Yeah, Ron's garage. There we go.
I'm always down.
Yep. Okay, let's see if I can make room here. There. Oh, I got lots of stuff on my screen. Okay, anyway, take a look at this.
That's pretty cool. Now that you used an existing program to make this, you didn't program.
Yeah. It's called Billboard. And I don't know where I got it from, but it's on my SDC. And I put it on my file section. So if you want to download it, it's, you know, right here.
Okay.
And then what else did I do? Oh, so what's his name? Somebody posted this, and I tried to make it into a color 2 image, which it worked, but it doesn't work if I converted it to a GIF image, and some of the GIF decoders do not like yellow. And I got this nice swirl, galaxy thing going on fine, but it didn't show up.
Yeah, was that Carlos Camacho that?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. And then I did this. We'll look at. It takes a little while, but this is just, you know, you let it sit there and it runs. And by the way, this has the nice Zaxxon logo on it. There's other versions that don't have it.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, the original Datasoft did not have the fancy logo; it just had the word Zaxxon and double wide. And then the Tandy re-release, when Datasoft made it exclusive to them, put the logo in.
Can you hear the sound in the background of the game going, or is it quiet?
That's quiet. That's okay.
Okay. Well, I wanted to show also that this is RF channel 4 on the
wow,
monitor.
that's clean for RF.
It's very clean. And all you have to do is I got an adapter that goes on it, and it's just like a real thin I think I show it on here.
RF tends to be a lot cleaner nowadays because there's not a lot of interference because there's really no other RF channels.
Yeah, and I do it. This is what I was playing it on.
Oh, the Mark Data Super Pro keyboard too.
Yep. And what else was I going to show? I haven't been on in a while, so I've got a lot of crap lined up. This is the Godfather in a GIF that did transfer well. You know, this is the original right here. And when you decode it with this GIF reader, it comes out pretty darn cool. Let's see if I can, I guess it's this way. Yeah, it come out pretty good. Whereas other stuff, you know, it's just awful. And you can play with switching back and forth from I guess I'd have to go here and look.
Oh yeah, Chris Babcock's CoCo 2 gift reader. I remember this. I downloaded off CompuServe back in the day.
If you press a couple of keys, you can change the color sets, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, so that was fun. I also did the artwork for this, which is coming up.
Yeah, Mark, have you got any commitments yet, or?
He has one, doesn't he?
I have 2. I just got a contact from Strick.
Good.
So no time set yet, but interest in. So.
Yep,
cool.
That's coming. Yep. And then I did that review for them, which was pretty cool. And this is my picture of the comet that was out recently. And I took this with just my phone, and it came out pretty cool. And I thought, wouldn't that be neat to show on the CoCo? So I did it. And it showed up to a degree. I mean, you can see it, it's here. And it's neat. You can display it on the CoCo. And that's in the file section if you want to download it. There it is. It looks a little better there. Looks better on your machine. And then I've been playing around with the MC10, the latest stuff. That's them too, I think, on this one.
Yeah, I think that's the last thing we saw from you, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I remember
And
correctly.
then someone asked if we have who is it that asked if we still have one of these around?
Oh, the Koala Pads.
Yeah. And it's the poorest device there is that you could ever use to
Yeah, I was not a fan. I
jumps
tried
all
it in the
over the
store
place.
and I said, I'm not
Yeah.
buying this.
Well, this is what the box looked like. I have a box. This is the instruction manual, and the thing that people don't have anymore is the stylus that came with it. You can use your finger also, but the pressure points are wide then, and it jumps around.
Stylus is better.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah,
So
if you
that's
wanted an
about it.
actual digital tablet, the X Pad is far
Right.
better.
And there's the X Pad and me playing around with it. I actually drew a car with the X Pad and imported it into a hacked version of CoCo Max and saved it off. And that was pretty cool. I haven't done anything since. And here's another thing that's real cool on MC10 that
Simon Jonasson, I think.
Simon did, yeah.
Yep, the flame.
Yep. And you hear that in background, you can't hear the noise, but I had a flaming sound in the background of flames going on, it made it sound more dramatic. But that's it, guys. I guess the rest of the stuff is just junk I put on there. That's them when I downloaded it. There's Radio Shack still around, I guess. It's South America.
Yeah, we'll be talking
now.
about that on the news actually today.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, actually, on a whim, while we're talking, I went to go find RadioShack.com, and it is back up again, but the what they offer is a little disappointing.
Well, they're just building,
Yeah, I think they're just kind of
From what I
restarting it
understand.
again for the third time now. So,
Yeah. Well, they also
or
do
fourth.
list reseller locations, and they've got like they're back with all the dealers again anyway.
Yeah, so I've had my little station set up here to where I can play the MC10, or I can play my CoCo 1 or the CoCo 3 with the Gimme in there. And then I can switch monitors to either one, and the one on the right has FujiNet on there. And then to the right, I got 3 other monitors that have PC stuff on it. This is me back in the day in the basement in Rochester. I had a dragon logo that I got somewhere. I forget where. I might have made it. I don't know, and stuck it on a paper and put it on there. And then shortly after I did that, I wound up getting the one from Data Products, or what it was called, for $50. Remember back in the day? You can buy them for $50. They ship it to you. And then this was also the days when you had a PC that could show TV on your monitor, and I used to do that. I also had in Rochester, I had a 8-foot dish, and I would hook it up through the computer's TV, and have NASA TV live feeds, off the satellite dish, which was cool when the
You
space
could even
shuttle was
record
going.
TV shows that way.
Yep, you could, if you had the drive space. But that's about it, guys. Thank you very much. I'll stop share at the top.
There we go.
Okay. All right. Shall we?
I hope that was entertaining.
take
Haven't
our
been
first?
on in a while.
All right. Shall we take our first break?
Yeah. Is this got the new stuff or is this the old stuff still?
No, this is the retro rewind commercials.
Okay, so I can go grab something.
Yep.
To drink here, but I want to make sure I don't miss the new ones because you got a new ad segment that's got a couple new things in it, I believe.
Right, and that segment is still the 2 minutes 5, something like that.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello, everyone. It's your good buddy, your good pal, Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation Show would like to thank the following patrons. AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gayer, Brandon Dunny, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Karen Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glen Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Paul Fiscarelli, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, The Break Key, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunnarsson, Tom S., and William A. Thing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation Show, please sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Dan F. says, your name? Dan. Your systems? Too many to list. But for here it's a CoCo too. How do you retro? Repair and play games in my spare time. Where did you hear about us? Facebook group. Looking for? Just the community discussion. Dry H2O says, greetings all. After a 35+ year break, I have returned to revive my childhood dreams of the ultimate color computer experience. Thanks to eBay, and a lot of expendable income, I have started to make those dreams come true. Now I am here to ask a lot of questions and get back up to speed. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Frederick Micro Hobbyist Sigard, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Okay, so I should be sharing the Center for Computing History's website. If any of you can verify I got the right window.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so going to go through the upcoming shows first. So this one is actually on next weekend, so it's coming up rather quick. And you'll see the first two entries here on the left is the Retro Computer Festival, and they're sold out for Saturday, as we mentioned the last couple weeks. They still have tickets available for Sunday. But there's also another bit that'll be coming a bit later news, but I'll mention it right now. There's actually going to be a bit of a little programming contest for people who are fans of Color Robot Battle, which was by the image producers and sold by Tandy. And it's the one where you basically have these little robots that you control, and you write a kind of a script language that's built into the game. And then you just let the two programs run against each other and see who can win and kill the other robot. And I'll be getting into more details when we get to the full news, but that's a bit that's just been added. You don't have to be there in person. You could submit the source code for your particular robot and just send it up to them, and they'll actually put it up against the other programs that are entered. I believe Henry Gernhardt is actually planning on entering this contest as well. I was hoping he was actually going to be on the show today because we were going to talk about his VCF swap meet stuff too, but I guess he got busy. but it sounds like he might be sending in a program to participate in this, so that's cool. But we'll give you the full details on the contest coming up. Next up and coming up in just 2 weeks is Retro SC. This is the retro computer show that covers all kinds of platforms in Brazil. So it covers a lot of the rather unique clones that Brazil is rather famous for, including multiple CoCo clones. And of course, we've had some coverage from there from various people that live in Brazil, which has a very active CoCo community and CoCo clone community. And hopefully we'll be getting some more live feeds and pictures and stuff from the show this year as well. So look forward to that in just 2 weeks. Next after that is the World of Commodore, which takes place on November 30th and December the 1st. So it's about a month out in Mississauga, Ontario at the Admiral Inn. This is sponsored by T-Pug. This is a group that Frank of Retro Rewind's been very active in since he was a kid. But it has a bit of a CoCo tie to it because the Super Pet, and we got a tour of the museum last week. You guys got to see it there, but it's a dual 6502 and 6809 machine, which actually runs OS9 level 1. And so that's one machine I definitely would like to see, and they will have those at the World of Commodore as well. And Frank's going to get me in contact with one of the people that actually did the OS9 port or helped with it anyway. And we'll see if we can get a version of Nitrous 9 running on a Commodore Pet, which would be pretty darn cool. Or Super Pet anyway. Next up after that, we've got the Vintage Computer Festival SoCal, Southern California, February 15th to 16th, 2025. At the same place it was last year at the Hotel Farah in Orange, California for Saturday and Sunday, which is President's Day weekend. There's definitely been some CoCo people represented there last year. I'm hoping Wayne Campbell is going to be making arrangements to get a ride out there and join the fun. He can represent the CoCo as well, and also Nitrous 9 and Basico 9, since he's one of our local experts on programming that language. After that, we have VCF East, which is April 4th to the 6th, 2025. Same place it's been for a number of years now, which is the Info Age Science Museum in Wall, New Jersey. And of course, they just had the swap meet last week too. So they actually have several events that are related to VCF East. And this is one that Sloopy and a bunch of others usually go to. And looking forward to see what they have to show us from that show. Coming up, May 2nd to 3rd is CoCoFEST. I wonder what that could be about. It's at the same place as last year at the Holiday Inn and Suites in Chicago Carroll Stream, Wheaton. Of course, this is the main CoCo event of the year, and I definitely will be going. I think most of the panel is going to be going too. So maybe we can get a. What is that game called that Brett is working on with EJ and you, Mark? Do you have a title for it?
Oh, yeah, there is a title for it. So the server delivery system is called Galaxy because originally Brett was thinking a space game, like a space trader game, which I think would be really cool too. And that would allow a lot of players. But the game that Jay was working on is called Alcarron. So you'll see Galaxy Alcarron is the name of stuff. So
okay, because I'm hoping to see a live demo of that. I know you guys showed it last year, but I think I missed it because I was busy running around.
Yeah, we showed it off the last couple of years, but like I said, the core system is a lot more refined, has less problems in crashing, but there hasn't been a whole lot done at the top end of the game. So hopefully we'll get to a point where Jay can start taking on and developing more of the top end of the stuff. So anyway,
okay,
definitely.
But this is the one where we're actually switching it. The CoCoFEST is being switched to be a Saturday event with the final teardown Sunday morning, so it gives us a bit more time. Because a lot of people, on Sunday are busy trying to get ready to catch a plane back home or drive back home for work or whatever, and it became rather rushed. And some people were actually gone Sunday, so that people that were coming in and only could make it Sunday missed half the vendors, that type of thing. So I think it'll be a lot smoother this year. Grant, have you had any feedback from that? The day change of going to Friday, Saturday versus the Saturday, Sunday?
From everybody I've heard from so far, they think it's a good idea. So I think it'll work out better because, like I said, we got more time to do presentations on Friday and Saturday. So which, believe it or not, are filling up already. So like Terry Steggy's already got two slots already filled. I know Ken Waters and Curtis has got 25 slots already filled, and
Ken's doing 24 of those, right?
No, you are doing the 24 and he's doing 1. He didn't tell you?
Nah, we got to let Ken shine in the spotlight here. He can have a 24.
Anyways, but no, seriously, a lot of people already reached out to me. So if you are want to do a presentation, just give me a shout out on email there at Glen's side CCC. Excuse me. Yeah, glensideccc.com and email me there and we'll get you taken care of. So just keep in mind too, Restoration for Tables go live noon on January 1st Central Standard Time. So
okay, we got an official date for that, January 1st.
Yep. January 1st at noon.
And they'll be sold out in 10 minutes.
Probably so.
At noon, what time zone? Eastern?
Central Standard
Oh,
Time, which is the important time zone.
Right.
I agree. Just don't muck it up with that DST crap.
Yeah. Which I think we're on standard, so it'll be CST is what it would be. Or is it or are we going to standard to daylight? I always get that mixed up.
That's why we don't change it here. Then you don't have to worry about it.
Back to standard.
Back to standard. Okay, that's what I thought.
Hey, well, thanks for the update.
Yep, no problem.
The next month after that is VCF Southwest 2025, which is June 20th to 22nd, returning to the same place as last year as well, the Davidson Gundy Alumni Center at the University of Texas, Dallas. Tickets and tables will also be going on sale in January, similar to CoCoFEST. This is one that Brendan Donahue and some of the other local CoCo guys are at. And also, because this is the home of Tandy, there's usually a ton of Tandy people in general there, including some of the engineers and managers and all kinds of stuff. So I'm really hoping to meet some of them in person. I've talked to quite a few of them over the years on email and having them on guests on the show, et cetera. But to meet them in person, I think is going to be really cool. So looking forward to this one. That'll be my first time ever going to it. And last but not least, thanks to Tim Linder for letting us know that the Portland Retro Gaming Expo is already booked for 2025. And this is almost a full year out at this point. And this is October 17th to 19th, as you'll see here. This past year was actually held at the end of September, so it's a little bit later in the year, but hopefully people can make it. But this is definitely a gaming-oriented one. This covers consoles. It covers home computer systems, probably some electronic gaming and stuff too. So definitely a game focus there. I haven't got the dates yet for the next Boat Fest, which I won't be attending this year because I'll be doing the VCF one instead. But as soon as I get details on that, I'll be adding that to the list. And that's it for upcoming events. So now let's switch to the news. Do you guys want game news first, or do you want regular news first?
Get the gaming over with.
Yep, game news.
Yep, do the game news.
I don't know if the people will share Ron's
no
critique of it,
not.
but
no, it's gaming is good. I can always make some kind of a rabbit hole out of it, something.
And Nick, are you still awake?
Yep.
Okay, because the first couple of videos here are all related to you and Jim Gerrie. So.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Okay, go.
So what does this code mean? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, that's a bug. No.
So Jim did a lot of updates. So obviously he's been working on porting, as we covered last week, Nick's original October 1982 Tier City Model 1-3 game called Stellar Odyssey, which is kind of along the lines of Temple of Apsai or, of that ilk, where it's kind of a combination adventure game, arcade game, RPG, I guess, a few things combined, basically. So Nick, you'd been talking to Jim about some possible changes to the screen layout, not just for Stellar Odyssey, which he's ported to the MC10 already, but now he's working on the CoCo port of it. But also your Stellar Odyssey 2 sequel that came out in 84, if I remember.
83. No, it was a bit earlier than that. Yeah, so he did the port to the MC10, and I just did some suggestions on basically cosmetics. He had it all running. I just thought, oh, you can do a bit of a layout change, and we just added a few green areas because green is calming, of course. So we needed more green, and basically just tidy the layout. And
yeah, because now it looks like panes of information as opposed to it's just text slapped in a black background.
Yeah, so it's done that. There's still a few more things to do, which I got to talk to him one more. When we get onto Discord again, But yeah, he's doing well.
Yeah. So the version we're looking at here, if you're watching the live stream, this is the MC10 version, actually, with some of the layout changes, as Nick mentioned, of making the backgrounds look like sort of like window areas as opposed to just kind of run together.
And we've expanded that bottom window area as well, just to
Down here?
allow more. Yeah, that was a bit narrower last time, so got a wider area there to hold more text.
Okay. And then later in the week, he released this, and he's actually running it on the live XR emulator on the Color Computer Archive, which I thought was a rather odd choice, but it works. And this is his first alpha of the CoCo version.
Yeah, yeah. So he's added the ability to use the high speed, which I don't know if he needs to actually prompt the people. Do you want to run it, in high speed?
There are some very early CoCo ones that don't work too well with it or hang, but most of the time, if you replace some chips or other little bits there, you can usually get it working.
Yeah, well,
like all CoCo 2s, which is the most common CoCo, support it fine.
Yeah.
Most CoCo 1s do.
I never ask. I just say, well, if it's a CoCo 1 and 2, just bump it up. If it crashes, well, you've got a faulty CoCo. Go fix it. So yeah, I don't know if you need to put the prompt, because like you say, most CoCos will work, and it's not as if it's a double clock speed. It's
it's about 1.5, 1 1/3.
1.5. Yeah. But
because basically the speed of poke in a CoCo 1 and 2 only increases the speed of the ROM, which is the actual source code to BASIC itself.
Yeah.
But of course, it's reading your program from RAM. The graphics are in RAM. The sound routines are done partly in RAM. None of that speeds up, so you're only getting a bit of a speed up. As you notice on the comments here at the bottom, though, he says, I've now just have to get the load and save file functions and do a bunch of testing to sniff out any places where I need to insert spaces for the CoCo Basic parser. Because the MC10 is a less fussy on having to have spaces in there.
Yeah.
And then he threw this one up just this morning, running it under VCC this time, as opposed to online with XROR. And he mentioned in the comments here, I think I have disk save and load working for the CoCo version of this classic game. Oops. By Nick Rennies. Now just for some bug testing to see that everything is working correctly. Now, of course, the bug testing is a phase that Nick never had to go through with the original.
Well, there are no bugs, yeah. No, I think he has to slow the clock speed down for the disk I/O. Or disk or tape.
Yeah. Now, the disk I/O, there's that little utility that Steve Bjork put out way back after the CoCo 3 got released. That allows you to do stuff like, speed up your disk drives to 6 millisecond track instead of this default 30, and a few other patches. One of the patches was you can run double speed all the time with disk I/O and it works fine.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll bother with that.
And of course, the new tile layout or the windowing layout or whatever we want to call it is already built into this one.
Well, it's essentially almost the same code.
And I don't think he was running double speed properly on the one he played on XROR, because this is definitely running faster than the XROR video he had, and even the sound pitch is up, which I'm assuming you guys can hear. I think I remembered to share sound.
Yeah, I can hear it. Yeah. No, but it's good to see a 45-year-old game converted, running in color on a modern in quotes color computer.
Yeah, our platform's only 44 years old, not like the original, which is like 47.
But yeah, after all those years, I never thought back in the day when I was writing it, I was a 18-year-old high school kid writing this way back in 1982, my first full-blown commercial grade program written in BASIC with some machine code. I never thought I'd be coming back to this game. And here
because that's not something you do too often. I mean, like sequels you do once in a while, like Stellar Odyssey 2, for example, but it's pretty rare you go back to a game you did years ago and redo part of it.
That's famous.
Is it? Yep. Donut Dilemma I sort of did go back to. Neutroid I did go back to.
Well, the only ones you really went back to though are the ones that they would not run properly on a CoCo 3.
Well, yeah.
Like Donut Dilemma, you had the PAL coloring for the to get the 6 colors out of a 4-color mode type thing, which does not work on NTSC at all. You also had the keyboard controls fairly complex. You switched that to joystick, like enhancements, but not revisiting the game and coding it for a different platform.
Didn't revisit any of my old TRS-80 Model 1 games. I mean, that was Z80 machine code in most cases. This was basic, so although I didn't do the work.
Yeah, that's the best part, eh?
Jim did.
I could take credit for the game design, but I didn't have to do the work. I should do that with Nitrous 9, darn it.
Make it work on a VIC-20, yeah.
Well, maybe on the Super Pet. A Super Pet with a 609 in it, that's what I'd like to see. I'll definitely have to talk to the guy about that. Next up, we got Tim and AJ on the My Drunk Sibling channel on YouTube, and this is episode 7 of AJ trying to win Dungeons of Daggorath, and holy cow, she made some progress. And she was, especially at the beginning of the show, the almost 2 hour long, or an hour and a half long episode, is going, I just don't want to play this anymore, I hate this game. And then she managed to clean out level 4 completely. She just picked up the Mithril Shield, she picked up the Elven Sword. There's no monsters left. And she was very, very excited about that. I don't want to spoil it, so I'll let you guys watch the video yourself. I'll play a little bit of the intro here, just so people know what their channel's like. But yeah, she's going to be entering on the next episode, level 5, which is the final level where the real wizard is. And I was going to take a survey of anybody here who's actually played the game up to level 5 or has won the game outright. Tim had mentioned that he found level 5 to be easier than level 4. I agree. Because level 4, you start with nothing. You've got your torch that's in your backpack and whatever you happen to be holding in your hands after you killed the fake wizard. Everything else in your inventory completely disappears. So you're kind of starting from scratch. When you go from 4 to 5, whatever you're carrying, you get to keep. So you've got some stuff you can drop to distract monsters and other things. So I did find level 5 easier. It took me longer to complete level 4, same as Tim did. What was your guys' experience for any of those of you who played it up to level 5 or have actually completed the game? And that goes for people in the chat as well. I know you're in a bit of time delay, but
one of the few CoCo games I ever played right the way through, actually, back in the day.
So you've won it?
Yeah, I've won it way back then. Yeah, it was one of the few games that I.
Do you remember if level 5 was easier for you than level 4?
It's been so long, but I think it was. Yeah, I think it was a bit.
Okay. It's
a good little twist finding out that, hey, I killed the wizard, only to find out it was the false one. I thought that was a good twist.
Yeah. That got me the first time because I thought I'd won the darn game.
So I don't know much about the game, but I saw somebody playing it and they use a lot of shortcuts when you play it. Have you done that?
You mean the text shortcuts,
Yeah.
or do you mean the patch version? Yeah, that's
Text.
built into the game. Like you can type in the full pull left sword, but you'll die in the meantime.
Yeah.
Unless you're a really fast typer. So
Right.
I thought that was interesting watching somebody play. I mean, they're going lightning fast with their fingers.
Well,
Yeah.
for years, the only keys I could touch type were like A-R, A-L, P-L-S.
yeah, I always call this the most sublime typing tutor ever created there, because especially when you start getting different levels of objects, you want to pull left iron sword, not the wooden one. I want the iron one. So now you got to pull P space, L space, IR space, SW. So you actually
Curtis,
you do learn to type fast.
You play guitar, right? I mean, aren't you?
Yeah, but
aren't
that
you
just
kinda-
means my left hand runs fast and my right one just flails around aimlessly. So
But you still have to think, you know.
yeah, no, I have to
your
say
fingers.
my guitar playing did not help my skills in typing at all,
Not
or
at
vice
all?
versa. No.
Of course, the sequel to Dungeons of Daggorath did try to give it a more point and click type interface.
Yeah,
but,
joystick or mouse driven. Yeah.
pretty well destroyed everything else.
Well, even that I don't think worked because of the real time aspects of it.
Yeah.
That
Was
does
it-
if it's not quite real time, you can have some real time ish, but with you have a few seconds to do everything. Whereas this one, you literally will have none if say a wrath jumps into your square. I think what made Dagrath good is the hardcore real timeness of it. That's what made it so exciting to play. And Castle Thurgood, I mean, with that type of interface, you have to move the mouse to click on a certain icon to get an item or to use your sword or whatever. So you're constantly having to move the mouse to do all this stuff. And if you miss it just slightly, you do the wrong command and then you have to cancel that. And I mean, I guess you get that Dagrath too, because you can mistype, obviously, especially when you're trying to go fast. AJ's an expert at that. But it lost everything that was good about the game.
That's right. And having it on a black screen, well, black and white actually was good atmosphere. Like you're in a dark cavern or whatever.
Yeah, and especially the way they wrote the torches where it dims out by skipping pixels on everything it's drawing was an excellent.
Yeah, so it gave good atmosphere. Whereas when you put the sequel in, Castle of Tharagad, everything's colored. You think you're walking through the Wizard of Oz or something, you've lost that whole.
Yeah, Theragat in particular, it made everything so cartoony looking, even though it was filled in shapes and colors, 16 colors.
And Dungeons of Dagrath had that heartbeat in the background. It did ooze in what do you call it? Atmosphere.
Yeah.
You'll learn, people.
I will never learn. I'm a slow learner.
Then you get to see AJ's frustrated. I don't want to play this anymore face. But it definitely changes by then. Like I said, I won't spoil that. You'll have to go watch it yourself. But she's pretty excited, I think. And Tim was trying to egg her to actually record the next episode back to back. And she had to be somewhere, I think, in like half an hour. She goes, no, I can't. My brain's just too addled right now after finally beating the last monster and getting the last treasure for the levels. So it would be a separate recording session. But I think she'll have it solved, I think, not too far from now. Because like I said, level 5 is a little bit easier. Well, next up, we have Non-Maskable Interrupt, did another little YouTube short, this time playing Donkey King. Unfortunately, he's playing on a CoCo 3 with a CM8, and the CM8 doesn't support artifacts, so all the artifact colors are gone. So this is what Nick and Sixie would have been playing Donkey King as.
Wow, not quite. On a CoCo 2 and PAL, you do get colors, just ugly one.
The frustrating thing for me, like Donkey King, like when you get the hammer, the flame changes color, and you can't really tell because it's like the vertical stripes shift over right one, but they're still all white. So,
yeah,
could you even tell if it was actually the right color to hit?
No.
Still a classic CoCo game. That was one of the killer apps for the CoCo, though. Next up, on the FujiNet side of things. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I don't know if anybody noticed, but I just popped in.
Hey, Frederick.
Oh, hi, Frederick.
Long time
We'll have to
no
get
see.
your story of your life updates here after I finish the Game On segment, or Game News segment. So we were just talking with Mark about, in network games that have been worked on in the CoCo in the past here. And here's another one coming up. This is from Thomas Cherryholmes. Of course, the guy that created FujiNet, and this is the multi-platform. Works on Atari 8-bits, Atari 2600, Coleco Atom, Apple IIs, etc. But he's announced that coming soon, Fujitsu, which is a Yahtzee clone, and it's multiplayer, will be coming to the CoCo on FujiNet. It's already out for a couple other platforms now, and it's actually in the alpha testing state, so it's actually pretty far along. And as you can see on the screen here, we've actually got some screenshots from the CoCo 1 and 2 using artifact colors and P-Mode 4, so it's actually looking pretty good presentation-wise. And will be actually able to play this against Apple II people and Atari people all over the world using the FujiNet on this. So it's good to see that this one, we've got another new game coming out shortly, and we've got a few now. Basically, most of them are turn-based games at this point, but it's good to see that the CoCo is kind of catching up now, and I was hoping Henry would be here to give some more updates on FujiNet since he's fairly active in their community as well, but hopefully next week. But yeah, it looks really good.
When I saw this come out, I thought to myself, why couldn't we have a chat client that you can talk to all the different people, It's no different than getting the
Well, we do
news.
already. I mean, Todd Wallace made the IRC relay chat that works through DriveWire that's actually included with Nitrous 9 EOU. And
But
you
I
can
mean,
actually
through
log in
Fuji.
and talk to people on PCs and stuff. So the FujiNet protocol definitely does support it. Mark Oberholzer, you've actually ran the FujiNet a fair bit, I think, on the Apple II. Does it have a chat client?
Actually, I don't have FujiNet for the Apple II, only the CoCo. And
Okay.
I think it does. I mean, that's one of the things that I know Thomas Cherryholmes is really interested in, is not just the games, but communication. So it should have one, or there's going to be one in the works, I'm sure. So
I think it'd be a great idea.
Yeah, I could swear I've seen mention of it before. Because FujiNet started in the Atari 8-bit, so I mean, if it does exist, that's probably where it would be first, I'm guessing. But it's good to see that he's continuing the support for the CoCo here and bringing up more games. We already got stuff like the news app. We can go read like actual news stories off the web, and of course, it's got the space station tracker for the ISS, which we have shown before. And I think we've shown one or two other games, like simpler ones, but this is actually a fairly well presented one. I quite like the looks of this one. I'd have to say it looks like one of the better Yahtzee games for the CoCo 1 and 2, including the commercial ones back from the 80s. Okay, this is kind of doing a follow-up to we mentioned when we were talking about the future shows, including the one at the in the UK next weekend. So John Metcalf announced on October 27th in the CoCo group, and then he updated it a bit more recently. So Color Robot Battle Tournament announcement. I'm running a tournament for Color Robot Battle at the Retro Computer Festival in Cambridge, UK on November 9th and 10th. And Color Robot Battle is a programming game where you write a short program to control the movement, sensors, and weapons of a battle robot. Full details are at this page over here, which is kind of a mini version of the manual that explains what the commands are. And basically, you just write a little scripting language that basically follows these through. So you tell the sensor to check in this direction. If it detects something, do this. If you don't, then maybe you like turn right 90 degrees and move or something. So you kind of program it in. And then each program kind of takes turns and you try to see who's going to win and destroy the other robot. And there's a complete spec in the actual manual, which is online on the Color Computer Archive, of course. Now, he's got some tournament rules here. He said, for rule number 1, no pacifist robots. It must fire the laser and or the missiles. Which I thought was a pretty interesting first rule. It's called Color Robot Battle, not Color Robot Goes Walkabout. So, rule number 2, robots must contain at least one random condition. Equals question mark or number sign question mark, rather than just a complete script of like rotate 90, go forward to fire or whatever. 3, please give your robot a name. And this just helps, with, gauging who wins and how to, list the tournament. Like if these two battled, the winner was so-and-so, and he goes to battle the robot that won the other tournament of 2 or whatever. So, number 4, each robot will battle every other robot over multiple rounds in a round robin. So it's not just a one-off onto the next person. There's going to be, they're all going to play against each other, and maybe a certain robot program will work really well against a certain type of other robot program, but do very poorly against another one. So to make it kind of fair is to balancing out, which ones are doing the best overall. It might have to fight, multiple robot programs that have been submitted by other people and may do really well against certain ones and really poorly against others, and others vice versa, or maybe a mixture. Will there be a one master robot program that actually does really well against everybody else? I don't know. I'm kind of curious to find out. Rule number 5, robots will be published at the end of the tournament. So if you've got the ultimate secret killer robot program that you wrote back in 84, but you wanted to keep it secret, then maybe don't enter the tournament. But I'm hoping people don't do that and just submit. It'd be kind of cool to see what the other programs do. I know there's some other websites with several programs on written by people that have written it over the years, because this is actually a fairly popular one in the Core Wars group of people on the internet. They've actually got, dedicated wikis and stuff on all kinds of different programs for doing the programming of programs versus programs. Core Wars is where you actually had languages going through RAM and stuff trying to kill each other. But there's been other ones that do something similar to this. I think, Mark, you mentioned one that's on the Apple II that I think came out a couple months before this one did.
Yeah, Muse Software, basically the guy that wrote Wolfenstein, Castle Wolfenstein, also had one called Robot Battle, I think, and it would script it and it would play. I hadn't really messed with it, but say what?
Robot Wars.
Robot Wars? Okay. Yeah, I don't remember the name off exactly, but yeah, it was that type of thing. You'd script it and you could play one against another. So
yeah. This one is like, if I remember the one from the Apple, it actually got written right around the same time. These were not copies of each other. The problem with the Color Robot Battles is that I don't think Tandy really knew how to market it and how to write the manual and stuff. So they got delayed getting actually released. Like, you'll see the copyright on the splash screen here is 1981. I don't think it got released until like the beginning of 83, because they were just trying to get it right enough to make it a bit more popular rather than just, for hardcore geeks that are programming. And the final and sixth rule, entries can be sent by Facebook Messenger. There's no need to attend the event, so you don't have to be there in person. The deadline is November the 8th, and he will acknowledge all the entries. So actually, once he does the cutoff, he'll let everybody know which ones actually got entered in. You can accept the entries as plain text, like if you want to just do a listing of the actual ASCII text of your program, or it can be saved as a CAS file from an emulator. So if you want to save it out, because the original game was on a cartridge, and you could save and load your programming scripts for your robots from tape. So that's how the game worked. He also asks, would anyone mind if he entered one of his own programs? I'd be happy to send it to someone beforehand to ensure no foul play. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, Robot War from Muse Software was released in 1981. It was actually based on a Play-Doh game.
Oh, right. I remember that. Yeah, reading about that.
Which was introduced in the 70s. So, yeah, so it's based on older stuff. Yeah, Silas Warner went to University of Indiana or something like that, and they had a couple Play-Doh terminals. So he was one of the early, well, not early, because Play-Doh's been around since the 60s, but he was one of the people that actually used the Play-Doh system and got to see how it worked and stuff. So anyway.
Okay.
I loved to play with Play-Doh when I was young.
You didn't get to play with this Play-Doh, Ron.
Anyway, this is a game I played a little bit back in the day, but I was more of an arcade guy or an adventure guy back then, so I didn't do too much with it, but it's always intrigued me. And I'm hoping we do get some entries from the CoCo community or the Dragon community for that matter, because I think it should work in there. Or, just use the emulator. I know Henry had mentioned in the comments that he is planning on entering. Is anybody else in the panel or in the chat planning on entering this one?
I might be tempted to try that.
I'm too tired of winning.
Thank you, Ron, for giving the rest of us a chance.
No problem.
Yeah.
Right. Kind of guy I am. Ron Deluxe.
Otherwise, the Ron's Garage would have just features of his robot just killing every other robot out there.
Right.
Yeah.
Slay.
Could have a 3D version of this, eh?
Maybe.
Yeah, you could. Honestly, it's a fairly simple. I mean, in this case here, it's an empty room of a finite size, with two robots, and then you have projectiles because you got your lasers and you got your missiles, and you got the sound effects. And yeah, you could do a wireframe, definitely.
Oh, the Dino Wars engines.
Or that, yeah, you could do solid.
Out. Yeah. Move in and out and shoot each other.
Yeah, and actually, it should be simpler than Dino Wars because Dino Wars actually has cactuses and static objects that you have to maneuver around. There's none of that in here. And I believe Brian Weezer actually has a source code for Dino Wars, so that might actually not be that impossible. If somebody could just take the code and kind of re-rig it. All right, like I said, there's a summary here if you want to quick learn how to do the programming for it, or you can do the actual complete manual, which is actually at least a few dozen pages, if I remember correctly, on the Computer
Add
Archive.
that to your projects list, Curtis.
No, my projects list is full enough. Thank you.
Is there a large cash reward?
He doesn't mention if there's a reward or other than the fame and the glory. And I don't know if he could really, because the fact that it's being run in England, if people start entering from North America and elsewhere, Australia, Nick, just shipping a prize is going to be fairly expensive. So I don't know if they have the money budget to do that.
Imagine somebody from the CoCo world winning from CoCoNation.
What someone needs to do is add disk IO to the Robot Wars cartridge.
That would be nice. And that's been done before in some other cassette-based ones. So that shouldn't be too hard. Especially if they happen to use the ROM calls to do it, because then you can use the DiskCon.
There you go. You can add that one as an extra project, Curtis.
I did. I added it to Nick's project list. Okay, next up, Jim Gerrie, in the midst of, rewriting portions of the GUI interface for Stellar Odyssey and then porting it to the CoCo 1 and 2, decided to search the YouTube here for MC10 related stuff, and he actually found this. This is a playthrough by a YouTube channel called Hi Guy in the Dark. Hi is just spelled H-I, so don't get any nasty things in your head about that. But he actually played a port that Jim Gerrie done to the MC10 of the game Alien back from 1982. And I kind of faintly remember this. This was a Spectrum game, and also on the ZX81. That was done a couple years ago, but the guy actually found it and decided to play it. So it's not too often I think Jim gets to see videos of MC10 games he's written by somebody else. And of course, it's based on the movie Alien.
Are there cats in it?
You gotta let Robert know about this. Forget his last name now.
Oh, he does know about this. I remember him commenting on it when we covered it.
All right. Pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool.
Yep. For those of you on the audio, it's got a kind of a map of the ship, the Nostradamus. Is that what it's called?
Nostradamus.
Nostradamus. No.
No, Nostromo.
Nostromo, whatever it is.
Yeah. I don't know if that's based on Nostradamus, the famous psychic. No. But it shows kind of a map, and you're moving your square around. It's got different sections are labeled with letters, and it says you are carrying a flamethrower, which is always a pleasant way to spend a Saturday afternoon.
Only
sort of a bit like what I did back in Stellar Odyssey, where you have a sort of arcade-ish sort of game that has a parser, a command parser, adventure style.
Yep. That's real time. You've got your score as you wander around. You've got how many crew members are still alive, and then the alien, how many points of health it has. Bit on balance, as you may notice. Here, your weapon is malfunctioned. That's awesome. And now you're carrying nothing because your flamethrower is dead.
Cool. I like this one.
Yeah. There's a semi-graphics game, maybe. That wouldn't take too much overhead checking stuff. It might run quicker. There you go, Nick. It's on your project list. Thanks. Next up, last week we covered the Wargaming Scribe, covered a dragon war game that was not on the CoCo. And he follows up. Now, the author that we mentioned last week, did the game last week, was Ron Potkin. And he did 3 such games, and he originally did these for the Model 1 and 3, or at least some of them. And this is one of those. So this is called, I don't know how to pronounce this, is Kriegspiel?
Yeah, sounds like it.
Close enough.
Sounds close enough.
Sure. So this is Dragon 32 from Beyond Software, written by Ron Potkin. And basically, this is one he originally wrote for the Tier City Model 1 and 3 in late 1979. So even before Nick started on writing games. And he ported it to the Dragon 883. And it uses kind of the same engine. So it's using P-Mode 1, I believe. And it's basically a 2x2 screen map. This one is a little bit different, though, in that it doesn't have random maps or anything, but it does have several ones you can pick from when you start the game. Here's kind of the cassette label for it, full color, even has a screenshot.
Sportswear used to do games for like the strategy games for the color.
Yeah, they did some later on, late CoCo 2 and early CoCo 3 eras. I think they did theirs. Arc Royal is probably the most famous one. That was what they're built on. I mean, they did dozens of these. Some text only back in the really old days for 16K, and then later on they did some of the graphics ones, and then they did machine language ones. So as I mentioned here, here's the main map. This shows all 4 of the original screens, and you can see there's forests and waterways and bridges and troops and cities and all kinds of stuff. And then the actual gameplay, and you'll notice he does animations. You can actually see how it actually plays in real life. This is showing one of the zoomed up areas, but you can scroll through it. It doesn't just jump, a quarter of the map and jump to the next quarter. It actually scrolls by the hex tile.
Cool.
As you're going across, so you actually, you can't see beyond, what you can see visually. So you actually get surprised by things as they come out. And this is kind of a summary after a few turns in. And here he's talking about choosing targets, and you've got like tanks and infantry and all kinds of stuff in there as well. Now, he does mention, he gives it a fairly poor review as a one-player game. The game was more designed for 2 human players to take turns doing this, which, of course, is a lot easier than writing a full AI. He mentions the AI is not very good. It puts a lot of people onto suicide runs and stuff. Here's a bit more of the animated part from his turn 9. Where he's moving a tank, and then his tank blew up. Hit some mines. So there's little hidden things there too that you don't even know are there until you run over them. And then this is some animation from the final assault. And this, like he mentioned, the AI is not very good, so he easily won the game, and that's what he gave it a low rating for. But I think as a 2-player game, if you're into this type of strategy war game, I think you would quite like it. The graphics are decent on this one. The color set actually fits fairly well. You know, your regular ground is kind of a yellowish. You've got the green for the forest and even some thicker stuff that's got extra red in it. You got blue for the water. It actually visually looks pretty good for P Mode 1.
No magenta trees.
Yeah. And as he sums it up here, he says, finally occupy the enemy's capital on turn 12, earning an easy victory. And he says here, average duration of campaigns about 40 minutes. So fair for a war game. This is quite quick. I think the last game he reviewed takes about an hour and a half on average. He played it for a total of 2. Complexity gave it low, 1 of 5. Rating 1 star. Most of that is because as a single player game, the AI is just not that good. It's too easy for him. Now, I'm not very good at these games. He would probably just, rake me over the coals. But and here's one of the ads for it in the UK. $7.95 for a level 2 cassette. That would have been for the original tier, say. So that's the Model 1 and 3 version when it originally went on sale. And here's some screenshots from what it looked like on the Model 1. I think the CoCo version definitely looks better.
Yeah, the color does help.
And yeah, and you can't draw the outlines of the hexagons too well. You can kind of make out their hexagonal shapes, but. And as he puts this screenshot of the combat, he said the combat ratio table is unintuitive, as 2 retreat is a weaker result than 1 elimination. And a bit more there. And then he goes through the maps. So the top one is the default map. And he mentions this is probably the one where the computer is strongest, as it has easy access to 3 cities out of the 5. It is still unable to reach the central southern city first or to properly attack the player's half of the map. The desert map, so this has a lot more desert terrain, is the worst one for the computer. While the open terrain looks easy to navigate, the AI was stuck trying to move south, where it was blocked by the mountain and the lake. Nothing challenged my control of the south of the map, and in the north, enemy units arrived one after the other. So he basically just, kept killing them until he won. And he goes a bit more and he gives, an honest review. And he's not one to hold back. And it wasn't like Rainbow where he'd go, oh, the game's actually pretty good, type thing. He gives you an honest answer of it. And then he shows the Model 1 here. And they also shows that it was eventually ported to the, or it has a similar game on, I should say, called Beacon Star Wars from Spectrum, which actually draws the hexagrams. And I think the Dragon one actually looks better. I mean, these terrain ones here are just plain colors. And your pieces are the different, single color shapes. Whereas I think this just looks better, honestly, even though it's lower res when you get to the actual gameplay.
Imagine if you can combine this sort of game with the robot battle game where you program a tank to navigate. In other words, you design the AI to do the navigating around the land.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Well, add that one to your project list, Curtis.
I'm not a war gamer. I'm not good at these games at all. The fact that I've actually got screenshots on my website is probably the most I've ever played them. And the Wargaming Scribe, he plays these right through to the end, every single one. And he's done 150 games almost, I think, now on multiple platforms, including multiple CoCo and Dragon ones too. But yeah, if you're into war games, this is definitely one to check out, especially if you played against a human player. Okay, so Retrogames-co-uk, who we covered last week because he was going through the little Cuthbert magazine and catalog and some of the stuff that they actually sold, and kind of, said he's probably not treated the dragon as well as it should have been. As a very small follow-up here, because as he mentioned last week, he was talking about the Cuthbert Club, which was a thing you could subscribe to through Microdeal, and they would send you periodic catalogs. I'm not quite sure how often it was, a monthly or every 3 months or something, showing you any of the new stuff that was coming out, any sales that were on. And he mentioned that it sounded like a really cool club to begin to, and it was one of the reasons he was starting to change his mind on the dragon, because he says it seems the dragon community really supported each other. So you had all these clubs and stuff to join. Well, one of the viewers actually sent him in something related to the Cuthbert and Microdeal. So I'll play that little clip here because it's kind of interesting, and I've not seen one of these before.
I don't know if you remember, but back in episode 2, like this show's any different from all the other shows, but no, in episode 2 of What's on the Table, I did a little feature on Cuthbert. You remember Cuthbert, Microdeal's mascot, the king of the Dragon 32? Well, our good friend Rusty Bucket, member of the Hardcore 44, sent me a present, and it is one of the most touching presents I've had for a very long time. I got the Cuthbert badge. Yes, it is I said about the Cuthbert Club, and members got this special badge. Well, blow me down. My good mate Rusty sent me the badge, and he doesn't even want it back.
Oh, Jace, that Rusty must be mad, mate. That's got to be worth at least £1.
I wish I'd had this for the special, but here it is. We caught up. That is the Cuthbert badge. Now, there's a few things that strike me about this. Firstly, it says, "Fearless he enters." That sounds a little bit like my motto, but don't tell the wife too much. Action Adventures, it says Action Adventures. Then it's got Cuthbert Club official member, focus, official member, but then it says Microdeal. And here, look at this phone number. Remember, they're in St Austell in Cornwall, 0726 3456, a 4-digit telephone number. Yeah, you got the dialing code. It's probably got a 1 in now. It's probably 01726 now, but 3456 was their phone number. Isn't that amazing? Thank you, Rusty. I'm brilliant. We're glad to bring the Cuthbert saga to a conclusion.
Oh,
anyway, I thought that was kind of cool. I've never seen one of those before, though. I just noticed in the chat, Tom Eric Edmondson says, "I've got that badge." So, but yeah, I'm trying to remember. I mean, obviously, various game companies in the States and Canada for the CoCo definitely send out catalogs and stuff like we've seen, though not usually quite as well done. I don't see too many full color catalogs. Maybe Adventure International, a few others. But I'm trying to remember, did we have any gaming clubs that actually had this type of thing? I know we had some adventure gaming clubs and a few others that some of their newsletters and stuff are on the archive, but I don't remember seeing anything with that would send you buttons and things like that. Does anybody else here remember any, or in different countries like Australia, etc.?
No.
How about on other platforms, Mark? Did the Apple people do that kind of thing, or?
Sorry, which one we're talking about? I'm trying to.
Where they said, where if you join a gaming club, quote unquote, that they would send you like buttons and stuff because you're a member of the club. And
no, I remember a lot of places had swag that they would have, but not all of them were gaming related. Some were other utilities and stuff. But yeah,
there was some 64 and Amiga stuff that had swag, had that sort of stuff. Yeah, in the box.
Yeah, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, though. I do know that Zork would send you stuff when you're, especially those are games, but yeah, there's bound to be. Although I don't, unfortunately, I didn't have any much original software back in the day. I actually bought an assembler and manuals rather than games. But anyway.
Yeah, I bought a few games. Like I know Tandy didn't do anything like that. Unless you want to count the Battery of the Month Club or something. I'm trying to think. Like I don't remember. Like I did order a few games from like Tom Mix and Spectral, and I don't remember being there any sort of a club or any bonus swag or anything like that. You were lucky if you got a full color cover to your manual instead of like an orange sheet Xerox poorly.
Right.
So I just thought that was interesting because he pointed out last week that it sounded like Dragon was really and Microdeal were really good at supporting their user base with stuff like this. Like it made you feel part of a club type thing. And now I don't know, and people in the chat that are from the UK maybe and Europe might be able to help with this. Some of the other platforms like Spectrum's, like some of the other popular ones there too. Did you guys have that kind of thing in those platforms as well, or is that something that was a bit more Dragon unique?
I think they did. I think with the Spectrum they did. I think it was a very English thing to do.
Tom Eric Gunderson is saying, I remember we had a soft Cuthbert doll in the store where I worked. Okay, I'd never heard of that. And then Steve Rasmussen, alias Buck Owens, who we'll be talking about very shortly here. He says, Activision had the high score patches in the 2600 days. I do remember those. I had a friend of mine that actually earned a couple of them. But I don't see any others there. Okay,
Customer
yeah, that's one.
loyalty programs like that always seem to work because it makes you feel like you're included, part of the family. So
yeah. And you're above all those other people with other platforms.
Exactly.
Indeed.
Okay, well, speaking of Steve Rasmussen, our final story in the Game On News here is Hero played on VCC at 2.68 megahertz. So if you guys want to see what it would play like in the Gimme X, if you don't have one, or the upcoming Gimme Z, this is roughly the speed. It'll play very slightly faster than this, but it's quite a comfortable speed. And one that Nick supports, if you have a Gimme X, and if Alan does the Gimme Z the same way with the same poke, it should be backwards compatible, hopefully. So if you do manage to get one when those are on sale, then you should be able to actually get an instant upgrade. But he goes through and plays the entirety of Hero, start to finish, level 1 through level 20, and actually wins the game. And I'm not going to play the end because you guys will have to earn your way through it. But we'll pick a spot maybe, over halfway in that most people probably won't see. So you can kind of get a feel for it. And Nick, if you have any color commentary you want to add.
No.
Because I think you basically did the levels identical to what the original Atari version did for the most part.
For the most part, yes.
Was there anything you had to radically change that you remember?
Not really, no. I kept it as close as I could to it. So it's, reasonably close. I mean, there were a few things I had to change only because of the resolution that I chose is, of course, lower than what the original was, but I kept it as close as I could anyway.
Okay. And here, for those of you listening in audio, you definitely want to go check the video of this out. But
2.68 megahertz is pretty good, a good speed.
Yeah.
Actually, I find it quite good at that speed, running under VCC, or if you have a Gimme X, of course.
Yeah, which I definitely did test on the real hardware, and it runs good. But here's the start of level 16 for those of you that haven't seen it. I think he's consulting his notes here to see what the best path is. That's what the pauses are. But for those of you who watch on the Game On Challenge there, this is
looks like a good choice.
Yeah, it's the highest speed supported by actual hardware. Unless you're talking like a Mister or something like that.
It's a good speed to play that too.
Yeah. Steve just commented in the chat here. He says 1610 is tough. What are we on now? We're at 16.3, I think.
I think it said 16.4, I thought.
I'll speed up the playback here to see if we can. 16.7. I got a bit more to go.
You walked straight into that one.
I'm doubling the playback speed just so we can see if we can find 16.10. $69. There. Oh yeah, because you got to dodge the bat and the walls.
Dodge the bat as well as get through the wall. Up you go, up you go, up you go. Yeah, that one, that is hard, yes. I did notice that.
But not impossible.
Not impossible, and you only die once. Once you die, the critter dies as well. So
Which
yeah,
makes it much easier, and you're just timing the wall again.
Sacrifice the player to, yeah.
That's right. So yeah, if you can't get through it and you end up dying, well, don't worry. As long as you have a spare man.
There's the
What
raft.
was that yellow thing in the on the wall? Is it a button?
Yep, that's your light switch. In which case, all the floors and ceilings disappear, and you have to kind of fumble in the dark.
You got to fumble in the dark, yeah.
Oh, you can shoot through the walls.
Yeah, you can shoot the walls.
There's people are asking about Easter eggs. That's one. That's not
Well, it's
officially
not
from
really
the original
an
hero.
Easter egg, it is a feature, but you do use up your energy if you do that.
Yeah, you can actually destroy like those walls that are destroyable. You can actually destroy the wall shooting it, but it takes a lot of shots, so you blow a lot of energy. Yeah, I forgot about that. That's not the original hero game. You can't do that, so that's actually is a bit of an Easter egg.
No, the original hero game can do that too.
Shoot through the wall and kill a creature?
Oh no, sorry, yeah, that that was only because I thought, rather than add code to prevent that, which will only slow things down, leave it in there. It's fun. It's a fun one.
Anyway, one more week on the Game On Challenge to play this game. If you're playing in the emulator, it's probably recommended to run it at the 2.68 if you're using VCC, because that's pretty decent speed.
XROR won't run it.
And the CoCo 3 speed is not too bad. The CoCo 1 and 2 speed is a bit slow. It still plays fine. But it's an exercise in patience, as I think somebody said earlier. Sorry, was that Frederick?
It won't run on XROR?
Yeah,
Yes, it
no, it
will.
runs on XROR and MAME
Okay.
and VCC and then Mister, as far as I know. And on a CoCo 1, 2, 3, has it been tested on the Dragon as well, Nick? I presume it has. The 60?
Well, I haven't, but I assume it has.
60?
Yeah, 60 has. I assume.
Anyway, definitely play the game. Join us Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern.
It
if you
shows
want to
you
play it
can
live.
do arcade games in BASIC.
Yep. And with semi-graphics.
With the extra semi-graphics.
Yep. And that's it for the Game On news. So before we go to a commercial break and then come back with the news, I thought we'd get an update from Frederick, who was a regular panelist for a while there, and then he kind of disappeared off the face of the earth. Now, anybody's friends with him on Facebook knows what's going on, but for those that are not and are wondering what the heck happened to you.
Well, some of you know, well, most of, at least at CoCoFEST, you all knew that I have a girlfriend, which now is official. I am married.
Tragic.
Congrats.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, and at the same time, also, well, I started some renovations. It was supposed to be something small, and then it grew and it grew and it grew like crazy. So basically, what I did is I decided to I wanted to install a mini split heat pump in my house, and I wanted to like get a thicker wall so that the pipes go inside the house and not outside. And I discovered a lot of problems because my house is 1943, and I started to rip out one wall, then the other, then discovered other things. Oh, that's terrible! I gotta change that. And so my office, where my all my equipment was, sort of went through the process of, well, I gotta pack things up because I got to renovate that room too, and then the living room, only to figure out that as I demolished things, I had zero insulation, no vapor barrier, nothing. And
really?
If nothing. So no wonder it cost me a fortune in electricity here.
Welcome to 1943.
Yep. So all in all, basically what I did was I removed also the floor in that section. I did an open concept, so it's no longer a small living room and small office. It's office and dining room. Remove the floor. Literally, if you weren't careful, you would fall into the basement because I removed everything. And now I have a new solid floor, flat and level. New walls where I can insulate it, and 2x6 walls. And new windows, and I've also added more windows. Converted
Pipes on
the
the
garage
inside?
into a room. So, like the for example, this one here, windows instead of the garage door. But it's a mess right now. So insulation in the back.
Yeah, I can see
it's
bags and bags of
insulation.
insulation.
I
here.
thought maybe you were selling toilet paper from the internet.
Yeah, that's the storage back from the start of COVID.
I can show pictures if you want to be bored with pictures, but there's a lot of little details that needed to be done. It's like because it's a 1943 house. There's a lot of surprises. Just the demolition itself, it took a month because it was discovery, discovering this, discovering that, recalculating my plans on the way all the time, and then eventually I settled on something, and I got approved by a Canadian grant for Make Your House Greener. So it involves anything that has to do with insulation, mini split heat pumps, when you change the windows and stuff like that. So I got approved for that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done that big renovation.
So
yeah, because that saved you a lot of money.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So
and more, it's going to be more comfortable too. What's that?
So at what point does it become more worth it just to tear it down and start over?
Permit. That's the problem. Construction of a new house is more complex to get a new new house permit than renovating it, gutting it from the inside and redoing it.
Well, exactly why my cabin is a renovation rather than rebuild.
Well, you're just renovating it from the footers up.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
The outside wall is still there.
And technically, once you add on, you could actually tear that outside wall down, and it's a continuation of the renovation. So,
yes, exactly. And also because I did the internal walls in 2x6, I can now put a second story if I wanted to the house.
Ah, nice
bonus. So I put the ceiling trusses every 16 inches instead of 24, so that would be the floor for the next story eventually. But since I redid the roof, I'm not going to do it now. But at least worst case scenario, it's a selling point.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
future proofing.
It's upgradable.
And also, I decide let's pass everything in the walls. New electricity, network, phone, cable, whatever, and HDMI's here and there, USBs, and everything is going to be centralized in the basement, where it's going to be a big, huge patch panel, and there's about this much wire going from that room only to the basement.
That's going to be your server room in the basement, then.
Basically, yeah.
Got a comment here from Pedro Rocky Hill. He says, "I'm still renovating my house. I started in 2017. It never ends."
No, it never. But I have to finish one day. Otherwise, you know what they call renovations, right? The dust of divorce. Might as well finish that pretty quickly before I get.
I have not heard that term before, but yes,
No?
I see it makes sense.
Well,
so for those who missed your announcement on Facebook, if they're not on Facebook, though, you're kind of planning on getting back into your single board computer and stuff here. What's the date that you're planning on getting back to that? Did you get anything else done before you started all this, getting married and renovating your house?
Yeah, when I got my new girlfriend, everything's sort of slowed down to a crawl, right? Well, of course, you got to explore this new relationship. But
and you have three kids?
She has 3 kids.
Oh, there you go.
I have 2, but they're all
just
grown
like
up.
that. You got,
but she doesn't come with the kids. The kids stay with the dad, and they only come like every 2 weeks for a weekend. So that's fine, no problem.
Yep.
That's why there's a bed in the garage right here right now. So it's for them, and it's gonna become like a big, huge playroom and their bedroom when they're there, and probably on the side my office or whatever. Haven't decided yet where I'm going to put the office. But basically, once the main renovation is done and I finish the wall for the garage, then I'll be able to start to live again. Because right now, technically, I live in a 2.5 bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. That's it. The rest is all stock room or renovation area, disaster zone.
But did you have a bunch of CoCo stuff or all your stuff put in boxes and taken away for a while?
That all my electronic stuff is in boxes, but all my computers were downstairs on shelves, and I when I started the demolition process, I had no idea how much dust decided to appear in the basement.
Yeah.
And everything is full of dust. I had to open everything and clean everything.
1947,
I did put some like sheets of cloth sheets over it to make sure that minimize it afterwards, after a while, so I'll reduce the damage. But oh man, everything was. There's a major cleanup to do with all my CoCos and all my vintage computers. Oof, terrible. It's a mistake, but I won't do it again.
Yeah, when you add that second story, you'll know this time.
Yeah, for the second story, I even made sure that the opening for the stairwell is there. So the structure is built for a stairway for the second floor. So there's no demolition to do in the first story, the first floor. If ever I do a second, I'm just gonna open it up and put the stairwell.
Hey, there's a game. Frederick does demolition.
There's a game in that.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's good to have you back. I'm glad everything went really well. Like I remember when you started dating her and you were, just kind of exploring, as you said, exploring the relationship thing. And then you completely disappeared. And figured, the relationship must be going good. It's taking all your time, and then all of a sudden we're seeing honeymoon pictures and what?
Yeah,
I guess it went really well.
Yeah, I started just for fun of it this week to rewatch my take a look at my project, and oh my god, I forgot everything. Where am I? How am I going to restart this freaking thing, because it's fairly complex, and oh boy, it's going to take a while. But I hope that I will finish before Christmas. So around that time, I should be able to set up my my lab area, if you will, and
well, then you might have something
for January for sure.
For CoCoFEST.
December. What's that?
You may have something for CoCoFEST.
Probably, and also my wife is interested in coming along.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that's awesome. Cool.
It'll
well,
be
thanks for the
funny
update.
because
Thanks for coming on the show today. I was rather unexpected.
I wanted to come earlier, but there was a change of plans after we went to Costco to buy some stuff. So, she met a friend and said, "Let's go eat." Okay. I was planning to probably pop by for the 2:00 opening, but oh well.
Our show's so long, you could do all kinds of things.
Yeah, you can show up on Sunday. We're still going, so
that's true.
Yeah, people would start the show watching it and then go out and do yard work and then come back.
Back and we're still here. Yeah.
Or go out and renovate a house and come back and we're still going. Yeah. Well, cool. Thanks for the update. I think we'll go for a commercial break before we hit the news, and this will be a new bunch here from
a new mix.
Yeah, some brand new stuff that nobody's seen before.
Scary.
Hi, I'm John.
And I'm Aaron of the CoCo Show.
And you're watching or listening to the CoCoNation, the live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer and its cousins.
All hail the CoCoNation.
Future Vision Research is your source for FujiNet platforms, including the FujiNet for Tandy Color computers. The FujiNet cartridge supports CoCo models 1, 2, and 3 and comes with HDB-DOS DriveWire 3. Load files from SD card or connect to Wi-Fi and load files over the internet or your local Windows, Mac, and Linux computers. Applications from the FujiNet team allow you to follow news from all over the world, catch up on Mastodon messages, and even track the International Space Station. For more information and to purchase your own FujiNet devices, visit fvresearch.com.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
A little brush of joystick to really bring our CoCo experience to life. And now I'm thinking a flourish of blue to accent our CoCo scene. And this scriptset blue might be, but as I'm looking at it against the canvas, it wouldn't be the right blue for me. We don't make mistakes on this show. We just have happy accidents. Now let's go for baseball blue. A nice hue to accent from our CoCo, but not overpower the scene. Hi, I'm TJB Chris, the Bob Ross of the CoCoNation, and you're watching the CoCoNation live show. Now isn't that fun?
That was good.
It was.
It's not gonna level out some audio, but yeah.
Yeah. Happy little commercial.
Exactly.
I like the part about all the happy accidents.
That's what most of my programming is too.
Right.
Just don't turn on your CoCo with a cart and plug the cart in while it's turned on.
So 30
Yeah,
years.
that's an unhappy accident.
No, it's not
30
good.
years after Nitrous 9 is released, we find out it was a happy little accident. Okay.
32 now.
32.
Okay, on to the regular news. Okay, first up, we've got Coco Town. And this is kind of one of his little side projects, kind of. So this is going into the technique of using BCD, binary coded decimal, and any advantages, disadvantages to it. Because the 609 does have some support for it, specifically the DAA instruction, the decimal adjust. And it's one of those quirky ones that only works on one singular accumulator. It doesn't work on any others. So you kind of think, well, that's a lot of extra crap I got to deal with to move it to that particular register to do stuff.
What's DAA? You said decimal adjust. Again?
Yeah, is it decimal ASCII adjusters? I can't remember the full.
Oh, okay.
I just consider it decimal adjust.
I thought it was accumulator, decimal accumulator.
Oh, that might be it. Yeah.
Oh,
but it only
okay.
works on the A accumulator. It doesn't work on B.
Yeah.
So binary coded decimal, for those of you who don't know, and he actually goes into it in explicit detail in the video here, is basically where you're using a nibble, 4 bits of each byte as a single decimal digit. And anything from A through F in hex is just unused. So when you add two things together, it kind of has things like half carry and stuff that gets implemented, and the decimal just kind of adjusts the digits so that if it went into what would be the unused range from A to F, it'll actually carry it into the next digit. And you can go across to do scores or number men left, whatever. But he's kind of concerned because it only works on one accumulator, and you kind of have to force it into A to do anything. Are you going to lose the speed gain that you're getting from doing something where it's basically doing decimal right off the bat instead of convert hex to decimal? So I'll play a little bit of the intro just because it's always fun listening to his intros, but then I'll fast forward a bit to the conclusion part where he actually does some benchmarking.
Hello and welcome. Most of us are familiar with the traditional way that a byte represents a value, where each bit is a power of 2. But did you know there's another way to represent numbers? Today we do a deep dive into binary coded decimal. We'll talk about what it is, what support the 6809 has for it, why you would ever use it, and how it measures up. Let's go!
So I'll fast forward a little bit here. I have to say this is a bit of a surprise. So he's actually doing adding, and he's got the using the division to convert the decimal versions of the numbers into the decimal numbers, and he's got BCD on the right here. So the higher the number, the higher numbers faster is actually running faster. So he's actually running it here, and BCD is actually outpacing the division method, like the way we'd normally do it, by a fair margin. Even though you're forced to use A and you have to keep moving stuff and storing it back in memory and whatever else, it's still a lot faster. Now, a 609, which actually has hardware divide, might equal this back up again. I'm not sure. But right now, it's like literally running over 50% faster, which is a bit of a surprise. So, Nick, do you ever use BCD in your game code, or do you just use the hexadecimal type thing?
Just hexadecimal.
Well, there, you're always asking how to optimize your game. There you go. Switch it all to DAA and BCD.
So with that test, we could use our eyes, and it did seem like the BCD approach was much faster. We can do a bit of a trick with the MAME debugger to get more of a feel for how much faster it is. I can have the debugger stop at every VSync, and we can look at the screen and see how many digits we got through since the last VSync, and we can compare that interval between the BCD approach and the division approach. So I'm going to run this, and it's going to do the division approach first, and then I'm going to hit F7, and that will have the debugger stop at the next VSync. And then I'm just going to hit F7, 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 and then we're going to see what the delta is of the digits between each VSync. Okay, so we're showing 567. I'm going to hit F7. I think that might be a 576. 92, 08, 26, 43, 59, 75, 99, 05, 23, 39. You'll notice, by the way, that the delta is going to be influenced by what the number actually is, the numbers are that we're doing the division on, because those loops don't execute the same number of times every time. It's totally dependent on how big each of the digits are that we're subtracting those divisors from. So now we're going to set a breakpoint just before the BCD version starts. And we're going to do this trick again. We're going to hit F7 a couple times to get this primed and ready to go. All right, maybe we'll start here. So we've got 20, 46, 72, 98, 124, 57, 77, 03, 30, 56, 83, 09, 36, 62, 88, 15, 41. Looks like the deltas had some variance here as well, but for the most part they stayed pretty stable, and were certainly much higher than the division approach. Looks like we were able to draw a good 2/3 more numbers between each VSync than we could with division. But of course this test is very sensitive to the actual code that I actually wrote. I have a link to the code in the description if you would like to look at it for yourself. In particular, if you find any optimizations I should have done to make this a more fair test, please feel free to leave a comment. And one other kind of fun thing I'd like to point out. If I set a breakpoint right here, this is in the BCD approach after we've added 1. So at this point, the 2 bytes of our counter are on the stack. And if I then take a look at those 2 bytes on the stack, they're here and here. Each time I hit the breakpoint, as you would expect, they go up by 1. But keep in mind, these are hex digits. And what happens after I get to 469? I get 470. So it's like, even though I'm looking at hex, I'm seeing decimal digits. And that's because each nibble, each hex digit, is only allowed to range from 0 to 9. And once it gets up to 9, it wraps around to 0, and then the next most significant digit has its turn to increment up. So I just think it's kind of funny. I don't know, it caught me by surprise a bit the first time I saw this, but in retrospect, it's fairly straightforward why it would do it. Well, that...
So at any rate, I'd fiddled with BCD a long time ago on my own, and I thought that I wasn't going to use it because I just thought it would be faster to do stuff in native hex. And I have seen a couple of games, like when I've done disassembling of games and stuff for like Nitrous 9 fixing and stuff like that, but not too often. Most of the time, it's done using the divide by 10, the manual way to figure it out. I didn't realize it was that much of a speed gain because, as he said there, by the time he got to the end of the run, like it was catching up more and more and more. So it's running at a pretty good clip faster, and he's including the draw time there of the characters themselves too. But I was a bit shocked it was actually that much faster. And I was Nick, as a game programmer yourself, and anybody else who's worked with machine language either in the chat or on the call here. What did you make the same incorrect assumptions that I did, that it would be faster and easier to do it with the divide method versus BCD? Nick? Psst, wake up. I imagine 60 or somebody else might have a comment in the chat there, but they're probably about 20, 30 seconds behind his live stream. So
Never had to program with BCD yet. So on the 6809. On the 6502, it was a nightmare to process. I remember.
I played with
that's
some
actually
on
not too bad on the
6502.
609, especially if you're doing adding. I mean, if you try to do multiplication stuff, bets are off. But most times when you're doing scores in a game or something like that, you're just adding. Like this ship you blew up is 50 points. This one's 125 or whatever. So I guess Nick has stepped away for a bit, so maybe we'll follow up on him later. Oh, and 60 wasn't paying attention either. Geez, you programmers have no attention spans at all.
What?
And this proves I'm not really a programmer because I was paying attention.
60 has a comment now.
Oh, he says, I did BCD for score counting and block down, which is his Tetris-y game. Just seemed natural. Yeah. I mean, and faster. That's the part that impressed me the most. I knew it would work because, I mean, even the Lance Leventhal book has some sample programs showing how to use BCD and the DA. But yeah, the speed up is a bit of an eye opener.
It's been about 40 years, but as I recall, when I messed with it on the 6502, the reason it was there is because it was faster. For some reason, it made things get things done quicker or whatever. There's obviously a reason why they supported it. So,
yeah. No, I just found that interesting. And he goes through the complete explanation of how it works. And if you want to like a deep dive into it, watch the whole video. But if you're doing a game project or you're just learning a assembly language and are planning on maybe doing a game project, definitely check this video out. You might want to use this method right off the bat instead of doing it the slower way that most of us do. Again, I'm going to mute the audio here, assuming you're still here and awake. Oh, is he?
Huh? What?
There he is.
Whoa. Yeah, okay, I'm here. Hey, I know that guy.
So you're fixing some retro cassette players. Not really, but that's what you said anyway.
Hey, I fixed the one.
That's true. So anyway, you want to explain what you're doing here, what you're trying to accomplish.
Well, I just have a few old cassette players lying around, and a lot of them don't work, so I figured I'd try and fix them, just because, well, they're here. This one, the first one that I did, that Sears model there, turned out to be my own stupidity. That the entire time I'm trying to get it to work, the pause switch has been flipped on it.
Now, was this the one that Robert Kilgus owned, or is this a different one?
No, the one that Robert owned is in a box somewhere. I was actually going to do that one, but I can't find where I packed it when I moved from the cabin here. So.
So is this from Simpson's Ears?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's actually a nice cassette player. A pain in the butt to actually try and get to work with game programs because it's got both a volume knob and a tone knob. So you have to set both of them perfectly to get it to
tone's
load
important.
anything.
Tone's important. My little Radio Shack one I had both a volume and a tone, and it worked excellent with the Sinclair once you got it dialed in.
Yeah. And then this Tandy CCR82 that I got, it had the problem that none of the spindles weren't working, so I figured that was just belts. And I found one belt on there was it was way too loose. I think somebody had tried to fix it and put the wrong belt in. And but then the volume knob, I couldn't get any volume out of the thing. And yeah, I eventually got that working too.
Nice.
Yes, you had good success. You got both of them working. And yeah, I did use a cassette myself before I got an official Tandy one. Because they were pretty expensive at the time. When I first got my CoCo in 81. And I had a cassette player that did have tone controls. And I think I had to put it between, I think 7 or 8 or something for the tone. I had to be a pretty high tone. If you deadened it too much and it was a bit too flat, it wouldn't pick up a lot of the data.
Yeah. And one of the annoying things was you'll notice there that I did, one of the spindles was turning and the other one wasn't when I hit play. That's because the pinch roller was pulling the tape through and then just bunching it up inside of the tape player.
I hate it when that happens.
A big old wad of, yeah.
That was another reason for me to get a disk drive.
You just hate it when the
that's
tape
hard
gets
on your
bunched
cassette.
up.
That's hard on your tapes,
Oh, yeah. But it was odd that we were showing Zaxxon earlier, and, well, that's the game I was using to test these out with. So.
How long did it take to load?
Zaxxon takes, I don't know, about a minute to load. It's one good thing about the Tandy tape players is they seem to be a lot faster than other versions. I don't know if they're reading the data faster or.
Well, the CoCo's cassette runs at 1500 baud, and a lot of the older
Yeah.
machines, like even the Model 1 and 3, only ran at 500.
Okay.
Yeah, because I know like the Tandy one compared to the C64. I have a few C64 tape games. Those things take forever to load, even longer than the disk drive. And
because Commodore.
Yeah. A tape player on a Tandy takes about the same amount of time as a Commodore disk drive to load if you don't have a fast load cartridge.
I'm trying to remember, what is the baud rate on the Apple II cassette and on the Commodore 64 and VIC-20? I can't remember.
Yeah. I was thinking the Apple, at least the Apple one, I think was 1200. I think the Apple II was a little bit faster, but I'll have to look that up.
I only briefly saw Apple IIs with a cassette. Our schools, of course, had a bit more money than I did, so that they got disk drives pretty well right off the bat.
And
so the C64 runs at 300 baud for the cassette tape.
Woohoo! I think surprisingly the ZX81 was pretty fast. I was kind of disappointed in how slow the CoCo was loading things. Of course, that may have been ASCII I was loading. Anyway.
But I do remember like comparing with other friends of mine that had like TI 99s and VIC-20s and Atari 400 800s. I think we had the fastest cassette out of all of them, though the couple were pretty close.
They say the Apple II cassette interface is 1500 baud.
Okay, that matches ours then.
I remember it wasn't too bad. I tried the cassette a few times on my Apple IIe because, well, it had the ports on it, but mine came with a one floppy when I first got it, and that's what I normally used. So
that must have been because you're one of those rich kids.
I was, but I did buy mine used by 6 months, and so I knocked when it was originally the system would have been about 2,000 US. I got it for 1,200.
I see. I mentioned from 60. You said the CoCo Dragon tape routines are pretty damn good, to be honest. the fact I can still read 40-plus-year-old tapes on my CoCo that I made back 40+ years ago, I think speaks to that.
Exactly.
Other cassette recorders are actually pretty good quality too. I like the fact that they had the pause button, which some cheaper ones didn't. But they also had the monitoring, like you showed when you showed the keys here. Like if you hold down fast forward or rewind and play at the same time, you could hear it. So you could hear when the gap of the program is. So you'll find it really quick if your tape counter is not quite accurate.
And if you really like to listen to the screeching sound, you can turn the monitor on while it's loading and listen to the data.
Well, this is pretty geeky to admit, but I actually got to the point where I could recognize the standard 4-voice music routine by sound. So if I was loading a brand new game, I'd hear a certain bit and go, "Oh, it's got music in it."
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, Ken. Daddy Burrito asked, does anyone know what voltage amp for the wall wart with that cassette player? Does it say on there what it needs, what model?
Yeah, I believe it's 6 volts, but just let me double check.
6 volts and half amp or something like that?
But yeah, Frederick, I mean, the music routine, the nice smooth 4-voice music routine, there's some older ones that were scratchy. Those I don't recognize, but I could hear it in like Donkey King and Sea Dragon and Grabber and Draconian and a bunch of other games. You could actually hear the certain sequence about 2 to 3 seconds that you knew that routine was there.
Yeah.
It's 6 volts center negative. No idea what the amperage is, but just go for at least 1 amp and you're not going to have to worry about it.
Yeah, the good thing is it could be 5 amps and it'll still work. So
yeah, it doesn't matter how high it is, just as long as it's not too low.
Yeah. It's the center negative that's really problematic.
No, it isn't.
Well, and if you use a regulated supply, if you grab some old 6-volt 2-amp lump out of it's a big old transformer, it will fry this thing.
Actually, if you have a problem with finding any center negative wall warts or anything like that, if you buy one of those really cheap Amazon special multi voltage things with all the different ends, they always come with a flipper, so you can just plug it in and it changes it from center positive to center negative.
Yeah, because the Model 100 is also the same wall wart.
And Jameco has a very good selection of wall warts. Jameco.com.
Good to know. They have a lot of classic stuff too, including dynamic RAM and.
Do they still have the universal ones where you have the multiple connectors and the little switch for which voltages and stuff you want to too? So you can kind of move the same wall wart between different hardware.
So you can set it for the wrong voltage?
Right.
Well, preferably not. But like, for example, my Dicom phaser adapter, I've got a universal one, which I can also use to plug in for my effects pedal for my guitar, for example. And they're completely different voltages.
That's definitely the class of leftover tech that's still kind of available. But
So yeah, I definitely had a lot of fun trying to dial in all these levels perfectly to load tape. Now I remember why I don't hardly ever use tape players anymore.
For me, it was that and the speed.
Speed doesn't bother me.
And random access, that really helps.
I have time to go get a coffee when there's a game loading.
That's when you're trying to read the badly Xeroxed pirated manual and you're doing that.
What?
What's
Pirated?
a
What are you talking about?
Wait.
Oh, I mean, sorry, distributed backup.
What is this manual you talk about? I've never seen one of those, I don't think.
The Manuel.
You know what they say, when all else fails, read the manual.
RTFM.
Yeah.
No, when all else fails, just give up.
That's usually what happens these days. I know Nick has complained multiple times about people not reading manuals.
Spend so much time writing the damn thing, and you have to wonder, was it worth it?
Well, they're really difficult to read because they're in Australian.
You just have
Yeah,
to
you have
turn
to
the
manual
piece of
around,
paper
yeah.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get us Canadians to translate the spelling for you Americans, though. So,
But I do have to say, this version of Zaxxon is still one of my favorites. So,
yeah, it plays quite well. I remember even the Apple II guys at school when we had our Friday nights where people would bring their machines from home and we'd set up all kinds of machines and everybody would play each other's systems This was one of the ones that they and Donkey King that they ranked as being, one of the superior ones. Gameplay wise, I mean, it's graphically, I would say probably the Atari 8-bits probably looks a bit better, so the C64, but gameplay, it's nice and smooth.
I remember playing it on the C64 when I was young.
I played it always on the ColecoVision when I was young.
Plus, I'm trying to remember, didn't the C64 have 2 versions of Zaxxon, or is it some of the other games that they did that where they had 2 different software companies made competing officially licensed versions, which is just weird.
I'm not sure, but it's probably true.
Especially with the C64, they're all about just getting as much money out of you as they could.
Yeah. I mean,
But they're different companies is the problem. I mean, it wasn't like they were competing against each other for your money. Because most people wouldn't buy 2 versions of pick a game.
Nah.
Oh, I know a lot of people that had C6. Well, I didn't know people that had C64s, but I know a lot of people that had different systems that would buy the multiple. I mean, look at nowadays the sports titles that EA makes. They've made a living out of every 3 months they release a new version that has one thing different on it, and everybody's got to go out and buy it.
Yeah, and then of course for like the big league sports like NHL and NBA, the NBA 2023 golf, 2024 type thing. You have to.
Everybody has like the people that like sports games. I don't know why, but they've all got like.
Well, they want the accurate player lists and the accurate statistics of how they did the previous year as to who won the cup or whatever. And of course they do some engine changes and stuff underneath the hood too to probably improve realism.
Yeah, but
and stuff,
they don't do that every version that comes out.
No, but they do put the new name rosters of the players for that particular year. And
I remember playing the sports game back in the day when you just made up your own players' names.
I'm so old. I remember the sports games where you just punched a couple of buttons and an LED would light up all over the screen and run around.
Ah, yes.
Mattel Football. That was an awesome game.
I had the Coleco baseball one.
I think I had a Tomy baseball. That was half mechanical and half electric. Anyway,
These
if you're
kids
interested
don't know how good they've got it.
No, I still like the Mattel one. That battery lasted for weeks, though. I didn't have to, recharge my phone every damn day to play a game.
All right, asparagus on that.
Yeah, but thanks for doing the video because I'm especially on the CoCo side of things. I think a lot of the other retro systems, especially in the UK, where everybody basically stuck with cassette because drives are so expensive, that we kind of forget that the CoCo had tape drives that much. I mean, Tara said he retro programming YouTube channel. He only had tape when he grew up, and he was originally writing his games. But once I got him finally convinced after several months to give a shot about doing it under disc, and he's finding how much easier it is to do stuff on disc and how much faster. I mean, you could see why we all switched as soon as we could afford it type thing. But I was on cassette only for the first year myself, and I mean, you kind of got used to it, and especially when you compare it with some of the other 8-bit machines, where it was noticeably faster. 2 hours was pretty darn good.
Well, playing and loading all these games on cassette is kind of like playing Hero on a CoCo 1 or 2. It's just what the masochists do.
The other thing is too, and I think this is something that gets kind of forgotten too, is that there were some cassette systems for some of the 8-bits that you had to get the specific system that the company sold. You could not use any generic one, whereas the CoCo, Tandy had the CTR series, the CCR series, but you didn't need them. I used a Ghetto Blaster the first little while on mine because that's all I had. It was not, hardwired that you had to have the specific brand of cassette player to work. Like I think the VIC-20 did. Is that one of the ones I'm remembering? Where you had to have the Commodore cassette player to work?
VIC-20 C64 had a proprietary cassette player. Like I remember I did a video about, 2 or 3 years ago where I burnt a bunch of games onto a disc and I just plugged the Ghetto Blaster into my MC10 and then I could load any of the games off the CD.
I use my cell phone.
Oh, Rick has the Patrick has the whatever the number is for the Commodore cassette player.
Data set. I don't know the number though, but
yeah, you could with the CoCo, you could use literally anything you could get an audio signal out of to load games with.
You had to play with the tone and the the volume like you did on this video here, but yeah, you could eventually get it to work, and then you could run it on anything.
I did it. I even did it with an FM transmitter a couple of years ago.
There is no other way to load in a game or anything on CoCo with 16K basic.
Right? If you have color basic, yes. Well, I guess you could load in an alternate DOS. There was one that actually ran at 4K briefly before Tandy's came out. Didn't last long. But see, as long as you have extended basic and 16K, you can use disk. Though the disk takes a fair bit of RAM for its own buffers and tables and stuff, so you have to load pretty small games. But it does work. But extended basic was required because of the way Microsoft and Tandy built the basics to link to each other. You had to have color basic first, then you had to go to extended basic next, and then disk basic third. You couldn't just skip one of those and jump straight.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see people who get a CoCo off of eBay or something, and it's 16K, and they want to load something in right away, and then they grab, and sometimes it might even come with some tapes, and they'll try and load it in somehow.
Yep, I know a lot of people actually just digitize or get a digitized copy off of one of the archives and
right,
play it from their phone or their PC or whatever, just through a headphone jack. They sometimes forget about stereo versus mono, and they start getting weird artifacting and stuff between the two. Anyway, on to the next story. So next up, Eric and Alice has released 6dev09, which is kind of his IDE interface for editing code in BASIC, etc. And he's now also made it free and open source. So list of changes here. He's got some small bug fixes. He's removed activation coding. The software is now free and open. Updated the compiler. He's dropped support for microgames basic. Future support will be considered once development slows, and that's because microgames basic, we'll be covering a few updates on that a little bit later. But he's been doing like multiple updates a week on both the main branch and on the beta branch. And I think Eric was it was just too much to try to keep up with. He's going to wait till it kind of stabilizes, then he'll think about bringing it back. So it updated for MAME 2.270, updated to LWASM 4.22 64-bit version, update your preferences for LWASM to point to the 64-bit version. And he's got a new bug, which he highlights. That's what I always do. Compiler status screen does not auto-scroll. This is a Power Basic, or is that what PB stands for? A bug which we'll investigate. Anyway, it's now free because this was a commercial product up till now. We've had Eric on a couple of times, probably a year or two ago already, that he kind of talked about and showed and demoed the software. I think he showed it at CoCoFEST as well. But it's really cool that he's made it a free open source and free for download now. So if you want to get a fairly nice IDE to run for editing your basic code, etc., or assembly code, I presume as well. I'm trying to remember here. I haven't seen it in a while. Go give it a shot. As with all links for downloads, etc., you can go to the CoCo Discord and go into the news summaries channel and download the show notes, which has links to every story we talk about. Next up, Pedro Pena, Rocky Hill, who I believe is still in the chat here, actually released his Septandy video right before November. So his projects go like mine, apparently. And this is a pretty cool project, and he has kept this one kind of under wraps and secret up until now. And he was hoping he was going to try to get the CoCo 3 version of this working too, but didn't quite get it going. But the CoCo 2 is mostly working. The video is actually just over 5 minutes long, but because it's a fairly important project, I think, I'm going to play it in its entirety unless he has a problem with that, which I don't think he will. He's let me do this before. But it's a pretty cool project, and well, I'll let him speak for himself.
Okay, so what are we looking at here? We have an ATX style backplane here. Okay, this fits an ATX style motherboard. It accepts an ATX power supply. Okay, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 PCIe slots in here. We have CoCo connectors back here, the DIN connectors back here. Of course, we have a relay. We have a salt chip. We have an Arduino that monitors button presses. So we can turn it on with this button right here, or from this header, we can plug a PC case button on here. And this Arduino also has a, a USB host shield connected down there. It's hard to see. So I can press this button here and the power supply will turn on. You can see, and we have a nice green light there. Okay, so what else do we have? Let's look over here. This is the CPU card. This is where the CPU is mounted. It's a bit precarious because I got to fix it, but I got it to work. As you can see back there, I did some more work to it. So that plugs into one of these slots right here. I'm going to be careful with this one. Okay, that's in there. All right. Next, I have a ROM card. This is where you put in the ROM chip. Okay, plug that sucker in right there. Okay, and I can plug these in anywhere. It doesn't matter. So this is what I call the SAM and VDG card. That plugs in right here. Okay. This is my cart card. Okay, I had to like bodge it as well. That plugs in over here. Boom. This over here is the PIA and DAC card. Okay, plug that in over here. All right. Then last, this is the RAM card, and it accepts several types of RAM. Okay. Right now it has 64K CoCo 2 RAM. All right, if I press this, right, I have a CoCo 2 coming up right there.
Ooh.
You see. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that I got a wireless keyboard right here hooked up to it. The USB that comes out of the host shield is routed, you know, through this cable here, through the board and out the back into this guy right there, and I have the dongle plugged in. So as you can see, I can type. I don't know if you can, and that's working. Okay, I'm going to type a quick little program. You see, look, I got double quotes. Hard to see there, but anyways. And I'm going to write hello, CoCo ATX. That's what I'm calling this. And then, of course, my 20 will be a go-to 10. We will run it. And there it is. Hello, CoCo ATX. All right, let's stop it. Escape will be break. Okay, let's turn it off. And let's see if it loads my CoCo SDC. I'm going to plug in here. Okay, tight fit. Plug that in. Okay, the light's flashing. And womp womp. Let's do that again. Well, it says SDC DOS 1.6. I wonder if I can start the Explorer here. No, I don't know what's up with that. It was loading earlier. I still have some issues here. Maybe I just have to like something's loose or something. No, that's in progress. No. All right, let's take this out then. That could just be something that I did to it, but let's try and load. Oh, I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. What, either the Q or the E came loose. Oh, Megabug works. Okay. Can I play Megabug? It has audio, it's hard to hear. Yeah, Megabug.
So anyway, there you go. I was wondering what you guys think about the whole project here, and Pedro's actually in the chat to answer questions. So
that's really interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting way of doing the fact that he's actually planning to have it, handle a CoCo 3 later on. So you can just swap boards. You keep your PIA board and, a couple of the other ones that are a bit more common between machines. But then you can also add in new boards that have new functionality you've never seen before. Maybe enhanced graphics or a sound card or whatever. Yeah.
Did he have a SDC a card in his SDC? Maybe that's why it didn't come up.
He did.
Oh, maybe it wasn't pushed in all the way. Oh well.
Oh, so he apologized in the chat here. Says my phone filled up, so it died. That's why the stream ended so suddenly. Or it's recording.
You're done now.
Yeah, I like
pretty cool.
The concept.
What kind of a case would you put it in?
Form factor and
ATX
lined up to the case, so that's perfect. It's good. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I like the fact that it's using like a modern power supply case, etc., and the main part of the board, so you can just get off the shelf parts for that type of thing, cases, etc. But he's also split up the CoCo itself into cards, so you can improve different parts of it. At any time
the whole thing. Yeah. Whereas, contrary to what I did, I put everything in one single card. And if something goes wrong, when I want to change something, well, I've got to change everything.
Yeah. I mean, when he was talking about putting the Gimme X as built into the motherboard for his CoCo 3 replacement boards, which he has done already, not the Gimme X part, but he's already got the CoCo 3 replacement boards. But now, if you want to add the Gimme X, you got to redesign it because you've got to, you got to support, greater than 512K RAM. You got to have the DAT translator that extends the extra bits and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I mean, now you can add stuff. You want to add a blitter, put in a blitter card. You want to add in, all the various things here. You can just do that, and you just need the software drivers to handle it, and you're pretty well done. And none of the other stuff changes.
Be a fairly expensive way to do things, though.
Yeah, but is it actually more expensive if you do upgrade as things come out and you have to rebuy the entire board every time?
Well, you don't want to be changing it. I mean, you've got to have a standard. Not much.
Well, the standard would be the CoCo 2 or a CoCo 3, and then you can add to it.
I would have put everything on the motherboard and made that the standard, and then have sockets for the extras.
So more like a multi-pack with a base.
Well, basically what the CoCo had, yeah. It had the multi-pack. But designing it in such a way so it all fits in a case. Because that thing's huge. If it was to be in a case, it's going to be huge.
I could see where he's headed. I mean, it would be nice to, change the video chip and stuff like that. But now that everything's getting crammed into a gimme or a gimme replacement, that's all dead. It's all built into the one chip.
Yeah.
The video and the memory, everything's all in one spot, so you can't break it up anymore.
That's a lot of blank PCB space on there.
No, I want to read, like Rocky's in the chat. Actually, Rocky, if you want to join the show, please feel free. Probably faster than going through chat here, but if you're able to. But just a couple of things he's mentioned here. So, yes, I'll release design files as soon as I clean it up. He said there's another video where it's in a PC case. So, like I said, this is an ATX case. This is a standard case. You can just go pick it up at, your standard PC retailer, and it just fits in and it looks like a modern PC, basically. One of the ideas is to help speed up hardware development. So, for example, if you've got everything on a single Gimme X replacement or something like that, but you want to change one portion of it, say add a blitter to the graphics subsystem but keep the memory subsystem, well, now you got to redo the whole thing. And this would allow you to like prototype and test it on a single card type thing. There's room on the bus to add extra signals, he mentions, as well. It's still a CoCo 2 or a CoCo 3. And he says, I only have audio right now, but yeah, I'm not sure what that's referring to. Oh, there's also, there was a question to him about multi-processor support in the future. So having the ability to add, an extra 6309 or maybe even a 68000 or something like that and have them talk to each other through the bus, kind of like what Frank Hogg was trying to do with the TC9 and the K-bus, because that was the plan that he had too, where you'd add a 68030 card that talks to the CoCo and vice versa.
I wonder if this gives off a lot of RF noise.
Who cares?
Yeah, just back in the day, they
did.
did.
You'll have a wonderful tan, Ron.
Yeah.
From the guy who
Pedro
lives in
also
Arizona.
says, if we're making an all new CoCo from modern parts, it solves the case problem. Give me replacements are the most important thing because most everything else is replaceable, and that's true. He says you can join us audio only. Yeah, please feel free. Do you have the current login credentials? I can't remember the last time you were on. That was before or after the change. Actually, maybe if he's going to pop in here, maybe I'll put that video back up.
So back in the day, we were worried about speed of our RAM and stuff, right? Because of
Well, the Game X definitely has that because you have to use static RAM to run at 3 megahertz.
Yeah.
Okay, so he does not have the current, or did he just join in? Somebody sent him the.
It's a lot of blank space even on the main board.
Did you say that was a Pi sitting there?
Arduino.
Oh, okay. Could you use a Pi on that?
It'll be more
Not
powerful
without
than
going-
whatever is going to be built on there.
Now without going back to the drawing board.
See, Ron, there's a difference between the Raspberry Pi and an Arduino. An Arduino is a microcontroller where the Pi is actually a computer. And they have
Okay.
two different distinct purposes. You just can't simply replace one without the other.
Well, I thought, because the Pi has a bus on the side that you're just programming it anyway.
Yes, that's a GPIO. But again, it's not a dedicated microcontroller. So therefore, it'll be on the whim of the OS when it can handle an input, which is not good for microcontroller-based projects.
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
Really?
At least I said so.
Oh, yes, really, Nick.
Okay, yeah, he doesn't have the current login credentials, so I'm just going to get him sent that, and he'll join on voice here. But
Did you say he had a CoCo 3 board done?
yeah, he was actually hoping to have the CoCo 3 done in time for the this video here. Obviously, that's a lot more complex. As people like Alan doing the Gimme Z have found out, there's a lot of little quirks you can find as you go. Where the heck did that go?
Plus, I see the CoCo 3 version would combine both the Gimme and the RAM all into one board instead of two separate boards.
And the PIAs and everything could probably just about get it all onto one or two cards.
Yeah, but that's defeating the purpose. You want the PIAs to be on their own card so you can say, I'm replacing this with this USB subsystem. Yeah, that kind of thing.
That's fine for this one, but are you going to supply that? Is everyone who would buy this do that? I think it's a very limited market.
Yeah, well, kind of defines us, doesn't it?
Well, that's a prototype system.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Nick,
yes.
It's made for
Rocky-
testing, checking out, trying, swapping. He's probably not going to sell it that way. It means once everything is tuned, probably he's going to repackage it.
Well, I don't know. I kind of like the idea of it just so the fact that you could leave the CPU in place and just change out the two cards with one card to switch directly to a CoCo 3. Or some of the functionality that would be like on the Dragon. If you want to change or add the parallel and serial, you could just simply add that to this as well as a separate card. And there you go. You got a board that supports all the CoCo addresses and the Dragon.
Remember, Nick, that he already reverse engineered the CoCo 2 and the CoCo 3, and those boards are available online if you want to rebuild an original one.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
right.
But we want
He's the one who did those. Oh.
We want a CoCo 4.
This could be it.
CoCo 4. What are you talking about?
Forever.
Yeah, I just sent him the credentials to get into the Zoom call, so hopefully he comes on fairly soon. He will be audio only. Nope, he says, having issues.
First world problems.
Right.
I know he might be out on a boat in the middle of the ocean somewhere, so he might have bandwidth. Obviously, the size of some of these cards too is overkill.
It's huge.
Yeah,
Currently, but I mean, he's just prototyping, kind of figure out.
It's a standard footprint, right?
Yeah, and then when you make the actual card, you'd either shrink it down, or maybe you combine a couple things that are pretty well always present.
Yeah, I would make a multi-function card.
He says it's crashing, trying something else.
Ooh.
Like there, he's got the SAM and the VDG on the same cover, which makes sense because all the semi-graphics phones require both.
Yeah, they're needed. Yeah, but if you're running a CoCo 3, well, you have to pull that thing out and get rid of half those cards.
Well, no, your PIAs would be the same as long as you just put 2 megahertz parts in right off the start.
PIAs are in the GUI.
So I've got some heavy thunderstorms fixing to come through here. So
just tell them to go away.
They're not going to be that bad.
no,
Well,
and it shouldn't really affect us, but you never know.
No tornadoes or I'd be down there.
No, but it's turned yellow to red.
Well, for now, I think I'll pause the video. We'll go on to the next story, but if he can join us, I'll leave it here. I won't kill the window, and we'll. Sorry, was that?
We'll jump back. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought maybe you said that he actually came on. Okay, this particular podcast episode was actually mentioned to me by multiple people. Tim Linder mentioned it. Mikey Furman mentioned it. And this is not a podcast I'm familiar with at all. Jason Scott talks his way out of it. And it's kind of a tech podcast of sorts. This is the only episode I've ever listened to, so I can't really tell you too much. Is anybody here, first of all, familiar with his podcast? I think he's also directly involved with the Internet Archive.
He is. I've talked to him a few times and met him in person at VCF West.
Okay, so what's his background then? Because I don't know anything about the person, sorry.
Yeah, Wikipedia page, he's from New York State, but I think he lives in California now, and he's just really into archiving stuff. He's one of the big drivers behind the Internet Archive and getting especially computer stuff in there, and runs his own website called textfiles.com, which has lots and lots and lots of information and various links and bits and pieces and stuff. Just he's a collector of all things information, very focused on the Apple II, but I've actually chatted with him before about CoCo stuff. He says, yeah, bring it on, send us anything. So they want to archive it all. So
hopefully the Internet Archive can get stuff straightened out. They've been having some real issues lately.
Hopefully so.
Anyway, this particular episode's on the MC10. And he talks about basically he was pestered by James Gerrie, other than Jim as we know him, to add on emulation support for the MC10 on the Internet Archive, which is now there, if you can get onto it, versus via online MAME. And then he goes in the story about how much Jim has uploaded. So basically he said, basically Jim had pestered him for quite a while. You should, allow some MC10 stuff. And, it's a relatively unknown computer, fairly small market. And Jason was just kind of shoving it off to the side for a while. And finally said, oh, okay, here you go. And, they set it up. And then Jim, of course, did what Jim always does. He uploads, a bazillion files for the MC10. And now there's this huge library, and Jason was very impressed by this. And the fact that, it's such an active one-man community, basically. So it's not an interview with Jim. Jim actually doesn't appear in this at all. It's just talking about him and all the effort he's put in to expand the reach of the MC10, which I think we're all quite well aware of. But I'll play a little bit at the beginning here because, like I said, this is a podcast I'd never heard of before. I don't know what his other episodes are like, if he just picks random tech subjects or if he, always does retro or what. I have no idea.
One day, I got some mail. That's not particularly interesting or new. I got mail about emulated software. Also, not really interesting or new. When you have such a weird in-browser emulation at the Internet Archive, you can't help but get people kind of confused about what the technical process is to make software work. The amount of people who have just understood how that system works by observing other items and doing experiments is vanishingly small. Less than 100 people have really taken on the challenge. But one person mailed me over and over, asking why a certain machine wasn't being supported. And initially, I looked at it and said, "Isn't it obvious?" But he kept pressing, and he kept asking me to make it work. And once it got working, the rewards that came back were unbelievable.
Was that you, Ron?
This is Jason Scott Talks His Way Out of It, a podcast
What's
about
that?
technology, history,
that
and
Ron who
getting myself.
was talking to him?
No, Jim.
Ah, Jim, right.
Yeah, you kept pestering because there was no support for doing online MC10, even though MAME supports it, and they're
Right,
using
yep.
online MAME. So,
Yep.
and because I think there wasn't much software up there already for the Internet Archive, and as you well know from last couple months, Jim was forced to move all of his MC10 software off the university website that he had, and he's put it all onto the Internet Archive. So now there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of programs that can be run directly from the Internet Archive using the MAME emulator. And this is kind of the story behind that happening.
Mm.
I got an update from Pedro. He says it's not working on his computer. He's going to try installing it on his phone. So he's busily downloading Zoom and going to try that. See what happens. Anyway, though, if you want a bit of a history of how the whole transition to the Internet Archive happened and how Jason got very impressed very quickly by the amount of uploading that Jim did after he finally agreed to support the MC10 emulation right in the Internet Archive itself. We all know the vast volumes of work that Jim's done, where he sometimes cranks out 3 to 4 new game ports a week.
So does he now regret it?
No, he's quite enthused, actually. And he kind of encouraged at the very end there. He said, if there's any other obsolete ones that have somebody that's a real driving force behind getting all the software on it, then please contact him, type thing. Because I think he'd like to see a repeat of this for other systems. And Jason's a very good speaker, so I'm curious what other episodes are about. Have any of you guys listened to this? I mean, Marc Overhoser, you mentioned you actually are aware of him. You've talked to him. What is this podcast generally about, or do you know?
I haven't actually listened to this podcast. I know he's got a lot of different things going on, but I didn't know he had this one. So it's cool. Like I said, I've just met him in real life and chatted with him by, I don't remember how.
Because textfiles.com is actually something I've contributed to. I didn't realize this is the same guy.
Yep. That is his website that he runs.
Because I found that going through the BBS documentary, which I also contributed some background info for. So,
yep. That was one of the things he produced along with LAMP, which is about the Zork and other types of games like that.
Yeah,
LAMP.
Fixed Adventures.
Yeah.
Hi, on to the next story. We'll see if Pedro can get on with his phone. But definitely go check it out. It's a pretty interesting background of how that whole came to be. Now, I was hoping Henry was going to be on the show today because he actually went to the VCF East swap meet last week and picked up some stuff he's going to show, but unfortunately wasn't able to make it. But some other people went there and actually found some CoCo stuff. So I thought I'd show a little bit of that. So for those of you who've never been to the swap meet but are in the VCF East area and maybe want to try going there, I'm not quite sure how often these happen. I think it's a few times a year maybe. Where people would just bring a bunch of stuff at, basically at random, and you can either swap directly or you can like barter back and forth, this type thing. But he picked up some stuff, and I'm kind of intrigued as to who he got this stuff from. But there's 2 chunks. The main chunk, which I'll show right now, is the stuff he all got from one person, and then there was one extra bit he got later on. But I'll play that little bit here so you can see what he got.
Okay. So here's another group of things that I picked up. This was from the older gentleman that just, like I said, had a ton of stuff.
Now, the downside to a lot of this is that this stuff was pretty crusty. Thankfully, there were some things in packages. So maybe, just maybe, let me open this and see. Yeah. So at least inside the package, it's good. But I picked up a number of CoCo games. I got actually 2 copies of Dungeons of Daggerath, which is, you know, a really interesting exploration game on the CoCo. A lot of people like it. It's hard as heck, but you know, it is fun.
AJ will agree.
So let's see. Also got Super Pitfall for the CoCo. Here's the other Dungeons of Daggerath. Let's see here. What was this one? This is a copy of Tetris for the, also for the CoCo. So,
Wow, look how yellow that plastic is.
Obviously been in the sun a bit.
I can say that my first foray into Tetris was the OG Game Boy, so I've never tried it on the CoCo, I don't think. There was also, what is this? Something called Bokoban. So I'm not exactly...
Obviously, it's Sokoban. But anyway, we have Pedro on the call here. So, Mark, if you want to highlight him, we can hold the news for your forbidden and take some questions.
Okay, let me get back there.
Something called.
Well, actually, if all he has to do is speak, and he'll get highlighted.
Oh, hello. Pedro on the call. Mark, you want to highlight him? How's everybody doing? Great.
Good.
Glad to see you.
Oh, it's been a while. It's been a while. I've been very like disconnected.
Just been busy with real life.
Real life takes up a lot of time. I have 2 kids, and Saturdays, and you know, it's always packed. Saturdays are always packed.
Extracurricular activities.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't get home. So Thursday nights, you know, I want to get on and play a game, but I don't get home till like 9 o'clock or something on Thursday night. So I even missed that, which is, you know, that's just life. Yeah.
So anyway, you were kind of keeping this secret.
I was keeping this secret. However, I have, over the last year or so, I have mentioned it a handful of times to a couple of people, even on the Discord, like hardware channel there. I've mentioned it a couple of times, but you know, it's one of those things that, you know, you just say and like really no one pays attention to, because it's like, yeah, sure, whatever, something else. But you know, I've had it there. It's something that I've been wanting to do for a while. I said, you know, I was on a boat several months ago, and I said, you know, I'm going to have a couple of weeks out here at sea where I can sit down and really, like, you know, draw this out and figure out how it is that this will eventually work. And so I did that. I took advantage. I was out at sea. It was, so these things, these cruises that I go on, they're work cruises. They're not pleasure cruises. And most of the time, my time is pretty filled up. But on this particular type of cruise, since I'm the only person out on the boat working, it's on a container ship, and the company lets us ride, I really have a lot of time to myself. So I was able in those 2 weeks to really put it all together. And that happened pretty fast. Once I got back on land, then everything slowed down again, because, you know, life takes over again. Yeah, that's just how it is. But yeah, I wanted this to be my September project. I really wanted to, you know, make sure this happened, but it didn't, you know. So it's out a little late, but it's fine. You know, it's coming along. Sorry for my dog. My dog is excited right now. He's out there. I guess my kids are playing with the dog.
That's okay. It's pretty. It's not that loud in the background.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you saw the video of where I am so far. I can show it and talk about it a little bit. And I just want to show you what my floor looks like. That's that happened, building this thing. I just, all right, I need this part, throw it there. I need this, throw it there, and so everything is everywhere. But I, as you saw, I got it to boot. So the main idea behind this, there are many ideas, right? So years ago, I was like, I would have liked for there to be a new CoCo made one day from like brand new parts, right? And slowly but surely we're getting there, right? All we need now for CoCo 3 is a gimme replacement, which it's already been made, right? So that exists. And I was like, well, we still need a case. We still need a couple of other things. And I thought, well, if I make an ATX style CoCo, we can do this because we have the schematics for it and we know the boards work. That will solve the case problem. And then also, we need keyboards for the CoCo for this new case. And so the old just matrix keyboard wouldn't really, the way the CoCo. So I thought, well, we need a USB keyboard. Everyone's thought this, and there have been a couple of USB keyboards out there for the CoCo. And I thought, well, I don't know if you remember, like 2 years back or so, I actually had like a USB keyboard adapter that I had put together for the CoCo, and it was working. And I thought, well, I'm going to integrate that into this. That's one of the musts that I have for this, so I can troubleshoot it once I get the parts. And so I put that in here. So if you're going to make a new CoCo, this solves the case issue. This solves the keyboard issue, right? But I thought, well, a new CoCo and an ATX case, that's cool. But what would be even cooler is to have a way, sort of like if you separate the different subsystems in a way where if you want to hack the CoCo or if you want to develop hardware for it, you don't have to like really mess with the whole thing. You can be like, well, I just want to dedicate to this specific section. Let's say I want to make a CPU. I want to make a replacement CPU. Well, I can just make a new card, and pop that card in and keep everything else. And so that was kind of one of the big pushers, to make hardware development a little easier. I realized, when I was separating the subsystems, like, well, this is kind of close to, what's in the data sheet, the different subsystems, how they're separated. And the CoCo 2 and CoCo 3 are similar enough where you can probably separate the different parts of it into common components and just have, basically one card with a couple of jumpers that you can replace, and you can switch between the CoCo 1 and CoCo 2. And so I thought, well, I'm going to put some extra time into making sure I can at least try to achieve that. And so then this is what came of, those different thoughts. And I tried several types of slots first. Like an ISA and those sorts of things, but I really wanted to throw as many signals as I could onto this bus, so that if you're developing something for it, you'll have access to most of the signals on there, so you don't have to have fly wires going in between the different cards and stuff like that. And I also wanted to have room on the bus so that if you wanted to, I don't know, address more memory, you already had the buses already. The bus, I mean, is already connected through with these unused pins, so you can go ahead and take advantage of that, and that way you don't need to have flat wires. And so little by little, it's coming together what this can turn into. I still don't have like a firm idea of what it's going to end up being, but who knows? Maybe the community can decide if there's an interest in it, what it could be eventually. It's not. It's definitely not practical, for the everyday use, unless you want to make a new CoCo. But it's geared more towards development, I think. I'm not 100% sure yet. But yeah, that's here. Take a look at it here, Mike.
So it's not for everybody, but it's new, and it uses modern parts.
It uses modern parts, and right now I have the CoCo 2 portion of it working. I even got it to work with Kieran's Samex 4, works great. Right now
Nice.
it's not working. Actually, I broke it a little while ago, and so it's not it's dead right now. But I'm pretty sure I can figure it out. But
And the SAM-X4 is a
I think
static RAM SAM doubler, speed doubler, right?
it's a SAM replacement.
Okay.
It's a SAM replacement. And so the only part on here, because you can get new 6809s, right? So the only part left to get a new CoCo 2 would be for somebody to implement a VDG. So we're close to having a brand new CoCo 2. The CoCo 3, pretty much, it's been done already. I was actually able to get my, so I have a CoCo 3 recreation board that I destroyed the other day, but I was able to get a Coconut Bob's when he had it. His Gimme X working on it. So I had a brand new CoCo 3 with no old parts, all brand new parts working. Well, except for the processor. It had a 6309. So we're there. We can almost do that and have a complete new CoCo without having to, strip parts from an older CoCo or some other machine that uses it. But right now I'm just having fun with it. I think it's cool. I think it's going to help me develop, or anyone else who wants to use it, hardware in the future for it.
Okay, because I know Nick, I don't know if you overheard his conversation about it, but he was wondering if this was the replacement to do the CoCo 4 type thing, that this might be fairly expensive, having to buy these separate cards for each of the individual things. But if it's more meant for a developer system, then that's not as much an issue at all. You would basically develop your new cards, or maybe say a new graphics chip is even more advanced than the Gimme or whatever else on here, get it fully working, and then you could make a CoCo 3 replacement motherboard that has it built right in, and it's just a single board type thing. So this is more development related rather than sell it to the end user.
Correct. Right now, I mean, it can be anything you want. It's if you want to build your own CoCo in this fashion, you can.
Oh boy.
Huh?
Was that right?
Yeah.
So, I said, yeah, go. So what's the bus that you settled on?
PCIe, because it has a lot of pins.
So how many connectors?
What was that?
How many connectors? 50? How many?
No, it has more than that. It has more than that. I think it has a lot more than that.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm
100
and
to
I can
almost
post
200.
an image. Yeah.
I haven't
Like
looked into
178.
PCIe, so
That's my
178.
passive
Okay.
backplane that I did, which is ATX compatible. I used the ISA 16-bit, and that's 96 pins. And
Okay.
the
And that's 96 pins,
PCIe
yeah.
is like twice that, I think.
164. I think it's 164 lines.
So if you want to put your 68K CPU on there,
Yeah.
you can do that.
Yeah, kind of like the old K-bus we were talking about that Frank Hogg was trying to do back in the 90s.
Is it possible to use an existing PCIe video card or any other
No.
card in there? No.
No, it's not. It's not signal compatible.
Right.
I tried at first.
Speed probably either.
Well, right.
Or speed, yeah. Or
Plug
speed,
a
yeah.
CoCo motherboard into a real PCIe bus, and the whole bus goes down because we're so mistimed. And
Yeah, it would wreak some havoc for sure.
Yeah. Is your power lanes at the same place though?
They're not. Originally, they were. So I tried to use the same power lanes, same data, that sort of stuff. But and there are some similarities, but there are enough differences where it didn't make sense for me to try and copy all that. And so what I finally ended up doing, just out of concern for the width sizes, the trace sizes, and providing power, I decided that I will, I would use the different voltages, 5 volts, 3.3 volts, 12 and minus 12, symmetrically across the actual slot, so as to increase the width of the traces. And so it is completely incompatible with standard PCIe in that fashion. So no, you cannot even power your existing PCIe card. The form factor is the same, but that's about it. I just needed a whole lot of pins, so I settled on that.
So theoretically, if you made a little adapter socket, you could reroute the pins to match if you had any need to do so, or no?
No.
They're not the same signal.
No, it won't work.
No, yeah, no. But I mean, I think I know what you're getting at. So what you were getting at earlier, Nick, was maybe using a video card. And I was thinking that too. I'm like, well, maybe we can use a video card in there and make it work with the CoCo. I don't know if you can even do that, but you can't do it directly anyhow with this connector.
Now, could you add functionality, like Nick and I have talked numerous times about adding like blitting functionality to Gimme X, for example, to block memory move, and mask, graphics onto a background in memory type thing? Would it be able to do something like that if you built a card to do so?
If you built a card, so there are enough signals exposed there where you could probably get away with doing that. And I posted it in the Discord earlier. It's all a matter of sharing all the signals, and there are a lot there now. So yeah, so maybe what I wanted to do was do something like, I don't know how the CoCo, the different CoCo video solutions that read directly from the data bus work out there, but something like that could be developed pretty easily now, because you have access to the data bus, you have access to address lines, you have access to all the other signals that are propagated throughout the board, to develop something that can just capture and read what's on, directly read the memory and come out with video. So, something like that can be developed.
I'm assuming then your address lines are not just the standard 16-bit off the 6809 itself. This actually will tap into the MMU and stuff, so you can see the full flat 2 meg, 8 meg, or whatever.
Yes. They're all there.
So you could probably even map some I/O space up in the FF range where you could actually start talking to the RAM directly and bypassing the MMU if you had to, or wanted to.
Yeah. DMA stuff.
Yeah,
you can. You have access to all of it now. In its current state, you can't, because I don't think I have. Actually, no, I did bring out some of those lines off the CPU. So I think it was Jim Brain who put out an article about a modification you could do to the CoCo 3.
Yeah, to add the DMA functionality back.
Yeah, I did. That is included here, as well as the CoCo 3 recreation board. So, in that fashion, yes, it can be done. Now, I just, my goal, the main goal, is to actually get something working. So there aren't a lot of features. I purposely kept out a lot of features because, there are enough variables here to juggle, without having to add something else to worry about. So that goal so far has been met, where I was able to actually boot a CoCo 2. I plan on keeping it very simple for the near term, because I'm still not sure of the stability of this thing and how stable it is. So I want to limit what I do to it. The only things that I've added, sort of because they would help in troubleshooting, has been I've added the USB keyboard and the nice power button, and temporary switch power, and I don't know if you guys saw that in the video. I also added a DB9 connector, so I can just directly plug it into my computer. Maybe you could see that there. So there aren't a lot of features that I've added. I purposely want to keep it as close as possible to the original CoCo right now, until I've figured it all out, and then all these sort of features can be slowly added to it. So I'm not even thinking about direct memory access, DMA, or anything.
Yeah, I'm just working on getting the compatibility and stability first.
Yes. Yeah. And as you saw in the video there, the CoCo STC did not start up. I figured out why. So when I made the cart adapter, I forgot to route the Q and E signals, which is, you know, I don't even know how I forgot to route that, but I didn't route it, and so it wasn't starting up, and nothing was starting automatically. And so I actually had to solder traces, you know, to the different pads to where they should go. And you don't have a lot of room when that thing is plugged in. So although it worked earlier, when I plugged it in for the video, one of the lines was pushed off the pad. And so that's why it didn't load. So I'm still running into those sorts of things, you know, where I'm there, oh, I needed a trace there, or, oh, I shouldn't have connected that trace there. So I'm, you know, I'm still working through some errors and bugs here.
Still, it's a lot of good progress. So,
you know, I'm happy. There are fewer problems than I expected so far for the CoCo 2. That's one of the reasons it took me so long, because I kept going back and checking to make sure everything was connected, was logically correct and connected correctly. But I mean, it's a lot of work. There are a lot of things to look at, and many problems arose while I was doing this, and there are still problems.
Yeah, well, I mean, Alan's been hitting that as well. AC's 8-bit zone. He's been working on the Gimme Z, which is kind of to make up for the Gimme X being unobtainium for the last couple of years. And he thought he was getting close, and he found a few little glitches, like certain programs don't work properly, and he's busy trying to track down and figure those out before he can release it. So, you know, seems to be part of the course. This is why I do software instead of hardware.
So what is he using to do the Gimme Z?
I don't remember. Does anybody here remember?
Altera?
It's an FPGA of some sort, Altera, probably.
Yeah, which version?
I don't remember which version. He did tell me, because I bought one, but I don't remember. I have to look at the email that he sent. But yeah, it's an FPGA based thing, and it looks nice so far. What he's shown, you know, looks impressive.
Yeah, and he's got the same real life difficulties of time allotment that you do. So
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh God. I mean, so look, Tuesdays and Thursdays I don't get home until 9. That's when we start having dinner and then sitting down, help kids with the homework and all that sort of stuff. So you know, and then Saturdays, those are pretty much gone for me too, because I'm a taxi at this stage of my life, and I'm taking my kids everywhere. And so if it's not to a party, it's to practice, it's to whatever. And then, which, you know, that's the time I have to do things. And by the time, you know, you know, I have some free time to myself, you know, I was like, all right, I got 6 hours before I have to get up to start going to work. So what do I do? You know, it's life. It's what do you do? You know, that's how it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Life gets in the way of our hobby.
Yeah. In life. But this is, I think, you know, at least me, I think this project will help me in the future. If it turns out the way I think it will, to like develop stuff a little bit easier, and which is what I really want to do. I want to sit down and I want to like tinker and make things for it. You know, but I can, you know, like I said, I'm gonna release the files, so if people want it, they can again have it themselves. Oh, and by the way, this was funded completely by sales of the boards that I have, and by the Pepper board specifically. That one sold a lot. So anyone out there who's ever purchased anything from me, thank you very much. And it completely funded this thing, and other projects and stuff. So it's been great. I really, really appreciate it. You know, and I released all my stuff. You know, it's available. You know, you can do whatever you want with it. But I do sell them assembled, or some stuff assembled, you know, or the boards to help do these sorts of things. So thank you, everybody.
Maybe I should do the same thing to fund my stuff. I keep spending my own money. It is.
That's what I was doing at first, and I was like, wow, you know, this is gonna any little bit of disposable income I have is gonna go away, and then and of course, obviously, my wife is going to complain about it. You know, she doesn't like it. She says, "Oh, I couldn't buy those shoes, but you can spend it on that." Like, oh, okay.
No,
okay.
Oh, that doesn't
you
happen.
Got a point.
I think I'm going to have that problem now.
Yeah.
I didn't have anybody to worry before, and now it's like, oh, I think I need to ask permission this time.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, you
Yeah,
got to
yeah,
keep the marriage spicy and have some of this stuff.
You do.
going.
You
I've
do,
been married
you do,
50
you do.
years.
As some people
so-
call it.
The CoCo keeps it spicy for sure. Maybe I'll call it the spicy CoCo.
Yeah, that'll be the next secret project name for the CoCo 3 enhanced version.
Yeah.
Honey,
For
I had to
sure,
sell
for
the
sure.
car. I needed some parts. I
Totally
needed a
worth
lot
it,
of
honey.
parts.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll keep working on this, and I'll keep updating as I make changes. Which are not going to be quick. It's going to be slow. But I got the bulk of it out of the way. But there will be changes. I am going to get at least the CoCo 2, working well. It used to be working well already. Well, before I broke it, of course. I just a while ago.
Cool. Well, thanks.
But yeah,
Thanks for coming on and giving us the update. I was
Yeah.
going to ask you, do you have any plans to try to make CoCoFEST this year, just to show off some of your project stuff too?
Well, so I have talked to my wife about going to CoCoFEST sometime, and she is open to the idea. But that's where I am right now. It's complicated because if it's a family, it would be a family vacation, a family outing. But I go out to sea as part of my job, and I'm out on a ship, and so most of the time during CoCoFEST, I'm out several days at sea. So it'd have to be a scheduling. I'd have to figure it out, and this year specifically, 2025 is going to be a busy field season for us because of the nature of what I do. Ship scheduling has to be done, years in advance. These ships are used, by a community, and so we have a lot of backlog that we're still getting through because of COVID. And so 2025 is going to be a very busy field season. All the stuff, all the projects that we didn't get to are going to happen in 2025. And we are going to be and we're short staffed. So I'm hoping I can make it, is what I'm trying to say. But it's unlikely.
Do you guys have Starlink on the ship?
We are starting to get Starlink now. And in fact, the last time I was out at sea, I was able to watch the CoCoNation twice while I was out at sea because of Starlink.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Awesome.
Nice.
So it works well. Starlink is fantastic. It's a game changer. What I was used to was going out to sea, right? And you had sort of like a 56K modem shared amongst 20 people. That was the sort of connection I had. It was really bad.
Oh.
And then there are other times where you're out on a ship and, it's like, all right, people, like, we're going to assign this email address, this local email address for you. And what you do is you write your email or emails, right? We'll queue it up, we'll connect, transmit them, and then download any emails that have been sent to that email address. So that is what it was like going out.
That's like the early days of packets, right?
Yeah, it's like the old FidoNet Echoes, actually.
Yeah. So Starlink is a game changer, and the more people are obviously happier now because you're more connected now. So not all the ships have Starlink.
Now the ship's moving, right? So the antenna must be dynamic enough to lock onto the, and move.
So on some ships, they're on something called a dongle, and so the ship moves, and it stays in the same position, so it's always pointing at the same part of the sky, and it's
gyros.
Yeah, they're on a gyro, and it's actively adjusted on some of them. They do. But if it gets really rough, then it can't compensate, and you lose the connection.
No, yeah, makes sense.
But don't they have more than one connection?
Yeah. Yeah.
Speaking of a bad connection,
so
where are you right now?
You're on a boat.
Look at he's rocking the phone back and forth.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, it is my phone. So my phone's a hand-me. Most of my stuff is junk. Like even my computer and my laptop, they're all like garbage finds. So same thing with my phone. So I'm sorry.
That's okay. It worked out well.
So yeah, so some ships have multiple systems. Like you have Iridium, you have Starlink, you have Inmarsat, stuff like that, and they'll switch between them depending on the availability. But more often than not, they'll switch between them depending on which one's cheaper at that moment.
So the cable didn't work well.
The cable didn't work well. Disconnected.
Yeah.
Hi, well, thanks for coming on such a notice. It was really good to get an update on it and actually answer some of the questions that everybody had. So,
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you. Thank you for having me on.
We'll come again.
yeah, and
Yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't want
yeah,
to keep you too much longer here because, as you pointed out, you almost have no free time in your life. So, I don't want to take it all up here yakking to us.
and I know. Well, today is actually, I have a free day today. That's why I was able to actually this week has been a free week for me. That's why I was able to work on this project and actually come on today. So I'm actually not that pressured right now. But yes, but thank you very much, and I'll keep watching the show.
Okay,
Well,
thanks.
for sure.
Thanks,
I'll keep an
bye.
eye on that.
Yeah. See you later.
Yep.
Thank
See
you.
ya.
Bye.
That was cool. Now, I had no idea that was a project happening, but that was quite the interesting video. Okay, so since I wasn't expecting to have Pedro on, I will actually fast forward the rest of the VCF swap meet RetroFox thing. So basically, picked up a lot of CoCo cartridges. And it was from one elder gentleman, as he said, had this whole package of this stuff. So I'm really wondering who that was and what other hardware and software might they have that's CoCo related.
Ryan, I bet.
Nope, Brian's in Central. So it's definitely not Brian. And Brian doesn't give stuff away, he buys it.
Well, that's true.
So anyway, he had these few CoCo cartridges here. There's a mix of CoCo 3 and CoCo 1, 2. Sokobans and Tetris are fat binaries that have extra support for the CoCo 3. Super Pitfall obviously is CoCo 3 only. And then of course classics like Dungeons and Dagger. He then had another one where from a different person who had a mix of games for all kinds of platforms. One of the ones he picked up there was Rick Adams' Temple of Rom. And if Rick was in the audience or on the show today, I would be putting that out to him because he gave it a pretty good praise. And it's in the same videos, just later on. Next up after that, Scott Cooper, alias Tazban, one of our constant high scorers in the game challenge, has been learning to program MML or machine language himself lately. So he'd released a video early in the week where he had this kind of solving maze thing, which he had written in BASIC before. And actually, even in BASIC, it wasn't too bad because he's running the low-res SG4 type thing. But then he fancied up later this week and put this like kind of moving background of rainbow diagonal colors while it's solving the maze that you can no longer see. But it's a really cool effect, and of course, because it's machine language, it runs at a nice clip. So that's pretty good for somebody who's just starting to get their feet wet.
Yeah.
Also, it makes an awesome screensaver.
Cool.
So, Nick, you've even got more competition coming online here.
God damn those robots.
And then next up after that, I've got a screenshot I took off my phone here. Glen Hewlett posted an update to his 6809 basic compiler. And basically, and this one he's added. Now, last week we covered that there was a faster floating point library for the 6809 found. So there's three we know of. There's the official one that Motorola did on their ROM chip, and it's IEEE certified. So it's the slowest one of them all, most accurate though. And then Microsoft has a fairly decent one, actually. It runs fairly quick. And then there's this other one that showed up that was written by a person named Lennart Benshop. I'm not sure where he's from. But Glen Hewlett has been talking about, he hasn't had any floating point math in his compiler yet. He's on optimizing graphics and the play command and stuff for sound. And he's got, of course, got integer-based variables and stuff here to get a lot of the speed up for the compiler. But he's looking for something to do floating point because some things you absolutely need floating point. And the Lennart one, when we looked at the benchmarks last week, proves to usually be 10 to 25% faster. So he decided to integrate in his, and I don't have any screenshots of the actual running. Glenn, if you get a chance to maybe make a little video, that'd be awesome. But he did take some test programs that James Diffendaffer had done a while ago doing 3D plots, and he's got direct links to it here mentioned in Jeff's blog spot. And he pumped it into the compiler that he's written, but using the new Lenart floating point thing. And as he mentions here, it's not a true test of the speed of Microsoft Basics floating point math and Lenart benchops version the compiler uses, as there's other code that gets compiled that will speed up the program. But for fun, I did the speed test of the compiled 3D plot program, and I found it to be 88.89% faster than the interpreted version on a CoCo 2 at normal speed, and 36.36% faster than interpreted on a CoCo 2 with the high speed poke. So he's running at regular speed here, and it's running almost flat out double. So it's almost the equivalent of like a CoCo 3 speed up poke. But of course, this compiler would work in a CoCo 3, so add that speed gain onto the CoCo 3. Now you're talking give me X, give me Z numbers or higher. So it looks like this library that he's incorporated in here, it's also a little bit smaller too, if I remember. Actually seems to work really, really well. And he's been adding some specific commands. They're kind of new commands. So the floating point is not just generic divide and whatever, because of course he has to support the integer versions, which is where the major speed gains are. Is basically inheriting basics normal, like Microsoft Basics normal syntax, a slash for divide, a star for or an asterisk for multiply. On this case here for the floating point library, you add stuff like fdiv, and then you put in the two numbers. That way he'll be able to keep them separate, and you'll be able to tell in the compiler, these are integer-based functions, these are floating point-based functions. But the fact that the floating point is now running faster than Microsoft Basics to begin with, because a lot of the compilers for the CoCo 1, 2, and 3 in the past, like Circomps and Wasachawares and et cetera, they generally, if they're doing floating point, they didn't bother trying to optimize floating point routines themselves. They just basically call the ROM calls. So anything you do floating point works, doesn't give you a speed gain. In this case here with Glen's, you are getting a speed gain and a fairly substantial one. So I'm really looking forward to this, because this means even stuff that was meant to be floating point will run a fair bit faster. And if you change stuff over to run on integer, it's way, way faster. So this is looking really good. And it's meant to be syntax compatible as much as possible with Microsoft Basic, except for the floating point commands. You'll have to use these new ones. But a lot of the time, some of those things you only needed integer, so you can just leave the code as is. So this is obviously a work in progress. He's been doing updates just about every week. It's almost as much as the Microgames basic compiler. And if you're on his GitHub page, you can get version 2.15, which now adds in these new floating point commands, plus the documentation of how to use them. I'm hoping somebody will get a chance to give this a shot. I won't have time the next few weeks for sure, but we'll give it a shot. Maybe show us a side-by-side compare of how this runs against Microsoft Basic or even some other compilers.
Cool.
And he has entertained the idea of doing some semi-graphic support, so running Hero through this might be pretty interesting later on when he gets it far enough. Next up, we have a short video here, just titled simply Radio Shack Color Computer from the RI Computer Museum. I'm assuming that means Rhode Island. And it's basically just a quick little video about a CoCo 1. Not all the facts are 100% accurate, but the intro is kind of funny, just the way they set it up. So I thought I'd play a little bit of that, but it just gives you a very brief rundown of what a CoCo is. And then they actually demo it by running downline and playing it rather poorly.
Dan told me we have a project today that we're going to be pulling out of the deep freeze. And it's going to be the Radio Shack TRS color computer. This is a Radio Shack TRS-80. This is the color computer version.
They just kind of run through a basic, what the CoCo is. And like I said, not quite getting everything 100% accurate, but pretty close. And then a bit of a demo of it running using Black BD joysticks and the download cartridge. So I think we've actually covered some stuff from the Rhode Island Computer Museum before, because they had some huge warehouse that they have that's filled with stuff that's not even in the active museum, that's got a lot of interesting and fairly unique hardware. Next up, we got a twofer from Jim Brain of Retro Innovation. So he's been delving into how do you add in external ROM sets for the character sets for the VDG chip. Now, this is something that Dennis Bathory Kits and several others had made, hardware for back in the early 80s, like lower kit, where basically you'd plug in this extra ROM and then you'd be able to actually see, larger, easier to read characters plus true lowercase on the screen. And Jim, I don't know if he's planning on actually making a bit of hardware to sell for this, because he's got multiple character sets on here. Now, if I remember the lower kit, I think you'd only use one at a time. You could burn a ROM with whatever one you wanted to use, put it in and replace it. And he had a couple standard ones that he'd made. So Jim, on his first part of the article, goes into how does it work? Like, how do you actually get the 6847 to recognize an external ROM? How do you have to set up the ROM to get it to work properly? And there's a whole bunch of stuff here I don't understand a word of because it's all hardware. But that's the first part of the article. And if you hardware guys, want to kind of get into the details of how that all works, there, definitely check the article out. The part that interested me more as a software guy is how do you decipher the fonts and then get them to actually work as an external ROM. And he definitely mentions Ed was doing repros of the Green Mountain Micro, which is Dennis Bathory Kits' lower kit stuff, and also the lowercase starter board for the Dragon 200, which Dragon Plus Electronics now remakes as well. So those are both kind of available things right now. And then he found out a whole bunch of zip files containing some of the ROM images of some of the various fonts that Dennis sold through Green Mountain Micro. And then he kind of explains how the actual character dumps are done. Suffering the file format, there's some extra bits in there. He wasn't quite sure what they did. And the part that interested me the most here is some of the fonts that he found in the lower kit, some of the options that you had. So you got the Care GAPL, which has some, extra little bits here that you don't normally see, like not just a less than, but a less than or equal to. You've got the up and down arrows. You got the not equal to here. The character set itself is a bit bigger, so it's probably a little bit easier to see. An actual star instead of the asterisk, which is still present over here. And he's got a European one here, which has a lot of the same stuff we have in the Gimme, a lot of the European characters with umlauts and all kinds of fancy things on them. He's got the Greek character set here, which replaces the first chunk here with Greek characters. Katakana and Katakana 2. So this adds in a bunch of Japanese symbols and then a second set of them. One that's majorly made of math symbols. So if you're heavy into doing math and you want the special characters that a lot of math equations and stuff require, it has a bunch of those in it. Sorry?
I love math.
Liar. SCR, I'm not sure what that stands for. But I noticed one thing. He's got some inverse characters here at the beginning. But it looks like the numbers on the inverse character set are narrower than the ones in the regular character set. That's kind of an odd choice. So I'm not quite sure what that was meant for, but it's there. And true lowercase.
I recognize something. Look at the last symbol in the bottom row. That is used in the Apple IIe and Apple IIc and Apple IIgs for the cursor.
Yeah, it's a cursor, right?
Yeah, it's used for the cursor. So that's almost like an Apple IIe set of characters. And it's got.
Did they have two different sizes and numbers though? I don't remember that.
No, those were all control characters. So I don't remember them being any visible stuff. But
yeah, he's got the small. So go ahead.
Yeah, it just has all the characters. You standard ones you use for like C or stuff, braces and your brackets and your underscores and everything. So that's nice.
Happened there.
I like to see a RAM-based one where
you can hot upload them, and that's what the CoCo VGA does.
Yeah, that'd be the cool thing.
That was a cool feature of the Commodore 64. You could copy the character ROMs to RAM and then modify them on the fly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. He's got character small here, which actually has characters that are smaller than the regular ones, which means more wider spacing on the screen. Also featuring true lowercase. And new, this is the one that the lower kit ads in the magazines usually had, with the nice big wide characters, full lowercase, but actually with serifs, etc. Serifs, whatever you pronounce it. Another cursor there, but the full block.
Yeah, full block. Yeah.
And then he said he going through the font files, he found some Model 1 ones because also Dennis had done some lower kits for the Model 1 and 3 because the original Model 1 didn't have lowercase either, and he had some extra fonts in there, so he found some more. So it's DevLR, which has got some pretty neat ones here. This is actually mainly for electronics. So you've got some, you guys have to tell me what these symbols mean. I don't remember the names of them, but Like, what's this one here? I can't remember.
It's like a little cloud thing. A lightning bolt could be like a
Power?
Boy. Yeah, power, yeah. So I guess, boy.
I don't recognize them as electronic symbols, really.
Oh, maybe not then. Okay.
Actually, it says developer, I think. So.
Oh, is that what that means? Okay.
Yeah, I think that
probably
would
just
it'd make
misread.
more sense for like flowchart type of stuff.
Oh, yeah, that might be what some of these are then. Yeah. But it's got the expanded text. It's got the lowercase characters, and it's got all these fan symbols like this rotating, not like I won't say a clock, but it basically rotates a quarter through a circle here. And you've got the square versions of that as well. Backwards question mark. And then you've got this other one.
Theta.
Here, developer 2, I guess.
Circle with the line to the middle. It's a theta, Greek.
Yeah. Like some of these we have in the gimme, but not all of these. We just got a few of them. And then according to the manual, there's all these other fonts here that he's not been able to find. So it's, Cyrillic and Arabic and Hebrew and French and all kinds of stuff on there.
Gotta go.
Now, there's a couple ways you could do this, I guess. I mean, you could do like you were saying, Nick and Mark, that you could have it so that you can flash one up to the an EEPROM or something similar or static RAM even, where you can just load it in and then the chip just grabs it directly. Or you could actually make sort of banking system where you could have a bunch of these pre-burned onto a chip, and then you just send a 2-character code or something just to say switch to this one. You can switch the font on the fly.
Well,
and
the bank fonts, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the CoCo VGA lets you upload, and of course, it supports a 64 by 32 column mode on VGA as well, which quadruples the size of your text screen. It actually gives you more characters in the screen than the CoCo's 80 by 28 does.
Yeah, that'd be good.
But yeah, you can redefine the character sets there, including the graphic characters, which none of these seem to be doing. So I don't know if he plans on taking it further, like Brendan did with the CoCo VGA, which is unfortunately also unobtainium because it uses the same FPGA as the Gimme X. I think try to get a hold of Brandon again because I know he had mentioned that he thought he'd gotten an alternative solution for it, but I haven't heard anything since. So could be just busy. I'm not sure. Anyway, Jim, if you're listening to this here, if you want to pop on and talk about this project, like what the ultimate goal is, or are you just trying to learn how this all worked? I don't know, but it would be interesting to talk. Might have to do a CoCo Tech or a January 25th virtual show appearance there, Jim. He can do one of the seminars. This next one here, this was posted by Carlos Camacho, and he was basically watching a auction where SOS, which is a small operating system for the CoCo, 64K required. This came out in 84, I believe, or 85. I very faintly remember reading about this, and I was luckily the person, like Carlos said, this is be really cool. This is the manual only, by the way. The software's not with it, but it's complete manual for it, and it's obviously fairly rare. Now, he's hoping whoever bought it would be able to scan it in. If he's part of the community, hopefully scan it in. And it turns out, yes. So David Collins says, I bought it. I'll scan it as soon as it arrives. I have access to a double-sided scanner to make it, faster. And he also found an ad for it in Hot CoCo. And this sounds like a real operating system. Like it's not just like a, locked on top of basic type thing. 64K required. Configurable drivers for all the normal I/O in a system, including the keyboard, the screen, the printers, and disks. Leaves you 54K for programming and text space. So it's an OS only. It's not a basic, language. Supports 35, 40, or 80 track drives, single or double-sided, all intermixed. So you can mix any, 3.5 720K here and a 5 1/4 40 track single-sided here, etc. It has 91 vectors or entry points to allow the user easy entry to the routines of the operating system. So this is more like the API call system like OS 9 uses, where you have all these different things like, create a directory or, delete a file and all this. Whereas the ROM, the official ROM calls that Microsoft and Tandy put in are very, very low level. It's like read a sector, write a sector, seek to attract, that kind of thing. Has no idea about a file system. From what I gather here, this does. So you can make, code a lot easier to read and write to a disk. Printer can be configured for 7 or 8-bit input and for carriage return or carriage return and line feed or line feed only. So it kind of follows, the DOS, the CoCo Mac, and the Unix versions of line endings. And then it also mentions patches are available for Telluride 64, Elite Word, and the MicroWorks Editor Assembler Disassembler. So they'd actually made patches for some commercial third-party software they had nothing to do with to run under this operating system, which is really cool. Handle sequential random access files, random up to 32,000 records, up to 15 files open, which is the same as Disk Basic. At once, up to 8 disk drives or sides. So you can use 4 drives double-sided if you wanted to. It says if you have the MicroWorks assembler packages, then this is a must. You'll never go back to running or writing software under BASIC again. Telewriter says it gives you up to 39K of text space, repeat key for expanded keyboards, plus can use all the capabilities of the SOS patches for other programs, etc. Are available or being written. So they're also doing patches at the time this ad was made in December of 85 Hot CoCo. They were doing patches for disk EdTASM from Radio Shack, Duggar's Growing System C compiler, which actually I have, Def Pascal compiler, so they're actually getting it to support other languages. And I don't know too much else. I do faintly remember this ad. I don't know if it's ever gotten reviewed. I don't think they advertised for very long from what I remember. So hopefully the discs can be found as well, because I'm really curious as to where this went. There's some other third-party operating system type stuff like this. There was an SDOS, that the guys that made Chess SD used, and they actually sold their chess game under their own OS, also requiring 64K, that also was much more, modern operating system style principle than, hijacking BASIC and adding commands to it. So I'm really curious when he gets this to get the full manual and scan it on the archive and just see what all is offered. Has anybody else heard of this particular operating system or remember seeing the ads back in the day?
Oh.
Because I have to say, I very faintly remembered it, but only because they posted the name in the ad. I wouldn't have remembered it otherwise.
Isn't the Apple III's operating system called SOS?
It is.
There you go. Copycats.
But just doing a search, there's quite a few others, though.
Yeah, that was a fairly popular name. I think a lot of the old 8-bit kit computers had stuff like that.
I believe that stood for Sophisticated Operating System, if I remember right, for the Apple III.
Right. I always thought SOS stood for something else.
It does.
It does.
It's an overloaded TLA, 3-letter acronym.
Yeah, it is.
Next up, after that, we have Martin Brosman, who was a former manager and one of the top sellers in North Carolina, I believe, of Radio Shack. And he's actually interviewing a person that is running one of the current Radio Shacks. And I, unfortunately, because the show's gone rather long here, I don't want to play as much of the video as I originally was planning on doing. But they're talking about how Radio Shack's coming back with the new owners. And I think somebody else had mentioned earlier that the Radio Shack website is back up, though it's quite limited at this point. But it sounds like they actually are making some good moves, because this guy who's managing one of the ones that's kind of survived is probably said he's probably the most positive he's been since the initial bankruptcy. That it's starting to go back in the right direction. And then Martin, of course, was a manager at Radio Shack for decades earlier. And he has a bit of a history of the CoCo too. So I'll play a very brief clip here just so you can kind of get an idea. But if you want a bit of history of Tandy Radio Shack and then also where is it going now, this is a pretty good video to check out.
They sold computers for a while.
Yep. I actually have a Model 4 on the floor behind me right now. That's on my to-do list. It's going to get up and running one day, but
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, we had the Model 3 and the color computer, and I was promoted to, after college, I wanted to work for IBM, but I got a job at Radio Shack. So I worked there, did real well, got promoted to another store. And the guy loved me because I was a great salesman. I mean, ethical, like we talked about. And we got in color computers. Now, do you remember the color computer? That was a pretty popular one. You can find it.
It was. It definitely was.
And if I find a link, I'll make sure to add it somewhere. But color computers. And I was suggesting people buy it. And I said, why don't you set up a club? And if you do, let me know. And then some guy set up a club and he gave me the name to give out. And anyway, I became the top salesman of color computers because I love computers. I had one. And I remember as a young man being finally invited to the club, and I showed up, and it was a room full of people who had bought from me, and I felt so uncomfortable because, you know, it was the spotlight was on me, and I had created this. You know, I didn't know how to handle this, and I was then promoted to computer store manager at Crabtree, and we had a computer. We had a problem with one of our computers where it was a computer.
All right, you kind of get the gist of it there. So somebody from the past Radio Shack, a rather successful one, and then one of the owners of the current Radio Shack franchisees. And I wish I had more time to play all that there, but I didn't, you know, write down exactly where in the link. But definitely go watch the video because he actually talks about where they're going now and some of the stuff they've been kind of hinted at or told that is upcoming. And it does sound like they're finally getting back on track somewhat. So I have a bit more of a positive vibe myself, I'd have to say.
So what we need to do now is to find someone to design a color computer for or whatever, and approach these guys and say, look, we have a design and it's a retro computer. Would you sell it? Because it's a color computer or a new color computer.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
get-
retro's taken off enough. I think they would probably have to do it as a like the old express order was, like they have a catalog and maybe one or two stores that have really big CoCo communities around them might have a couple machines on for demo type thing, but you could like take a look. And honestly, you know, some of the more popular peripherals like a CoCo SDC for anybody that, you know, remembers Radio Shack and they go in and go, oh yeah, I had a CoCo back in the day, and you can go, well, actually we sell CoCo SDCs. If you still have your CoCo, you can actually run it as a hard drive and a floppy drive and use modern SD cards to store, you know, every piece of software ever written type thing. Like that might actually be something where
Well,
some stores could be retro, have a bit of a retro department or wing.
Atari have reissued the Atari 400s, the Atari.
Yeah, there's a
20
Spectrum Next and some other ones too.
That's
Yeah.
right. Miniaturized versions, but it's becoming a whole new market now, and
Yeah.
they're selling, and new software is being done as well. But they're recreating the market.
Question though, didn't they sell Tandy off to AST Computers, so they no longer own it? Is that true? If I remember correctly.
The actual copyrights and trademarks I think went, but I also heard from somebody else much later that those had expired, never been renewed.
Oh, okay.
So they might no longer be, but I don't know. I don't. I'm not a legal guy. But yeah, I mean, they were talking about, you know, maybe they should make makerspaces and stuff, which is some people had suggested after the previous owners kind of trounced it.
Because there's obviously a very big retro revival happening.
Yeah,
amongst-
and I mean, Tandy was one of the founding three, right, of the home
That's
computer
right.
market. So
they should get into that retro community.
yeah,
At
and like I said, they
least-
could sell some of the most popular peripherals, or at least have them. If they had an express order catalog where, okay, here's CoCo stuff we can order in for you and bring it into the store if you want to try it or buy it.
That's right.
What do the rest of you guys in the panel think? Is that a good idea, or is the business model just too small, or what do you think?
It wouldn't be as big as a Commodore 64 one, but it's something, and it's a very Radio Shack thing.
I mean, it'd be nice if they would bring back maybe all of their old computers. I mean, there's still a following of their Model 1, 2, 3, 4s, the Tandy 1000s, and so forth. You know,
and bring back the battery card.
There was mention of that in here actually.
Now, when I was poking on the website earlier, about the only thing that was still Radio Shack branded was the batteries.
Yeah, that's the thing. Radio Shack is going to have to be something different than what everybody else sells. Because
different,
if you can buy, well, I mean, if you can buy it on Amazon, people are not going to go to RadioShack.com to buy it. That's the problem.
No.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing about the old Radio Shack was the buyer. They knew what to offer. They didn't make any of this stuff, but they selected good things in every product category. So if you went to Radio Shack and you bought a micro recorder, it was a pretty good one. You know, they picked something that was worth buying. So
And
you could go to
get the
Radio Shack
manual.
and depend on those things. Where, you know, you go to Amazon, who knows if this is any good or not. You know?
Come from China.
Well, even if it came from China, Radio Shack would have picked a decent one to offer in their stores.
Yeah, they would have tested the supplier and know that they were trustworthy. Yeah, I mean, with the modern Amazon type thing, like I that's the one thing I'd be worried about, because everybody's so used to going to Amazon. What's cheapest? That's the only criteria they worry about.
Yeah, but a Radio Shack computer, the Amazon can't sell that. They don't. It's not their product.
Or maybe they partner up. Like if Amazon, just because of the sheer size of the company, can do shipping cheaper, so that people mail order or order online, you have both.
Basically, they'll start small, but then they did for the TRS-80 Model 1. Remember the store
one per store.
Yeah.
Because then we can use it for inventory when it fails to sell.
That's right. Exactly. You start
Instead, they
small
sold 200,000 in 2 years or a year or whatever it was.
That's right.
I think there's definitely a possibility of a market here. I think one of the older ideas from between the second and third bankruptcy, I think, was that they should become a makerspace where people can go in and get trained on how to use 3D printers and soldering and stuff like stuff like that. But I think that's something they should shoot, because you can't teach somebody over Amazon. So Amazon would have nothing to do with it.
Right.
And they could have seminars, etc.
Well, the store they had just outside of Dallas, we did a tour of a couple years back. They had like Arduinos in stock, and you pick them off the shelf, or kits that were based on that. Makers kits were on the shelf and ready to go.
Yeah, and that store has closed, by the way.
Has it? Okay.
Yep.
We don't have young children or kids in our group here for a reason, I think. Because I don't think this is particularly an interesting thing. Yeah, it's too rudimentary, like, I think. It's like my son is 30, well, he's 40 now, and he grew up with CoCo in the house, when he was a toddler, and he enjoyed it, and he went to a couple of the CoCoFests in the past, and he thought it was awesome to see and all, but he had absolutely no interest to mess with it at all. And he's a musician. He has a computer he uses to make music, and he had no not even nostalgic feelings about it, other than it was dad stuff, it wasn't his. So I'm thinking we're narrow in our bandwidth for all this stuff, and that
you couldn't found it on just retro. You'd have to do modern, like makerspace stuff or 3D printing or something.
Like if they had a catalog, it would be a 16th of a page. One thing.
Well, you can make a little online catalog, and then people that are retro can go check out the retro part of the Radio Shack store and order stuff into the store, but if they want.
How is it that we don't have teenagers here, or even 20-year-olds?
Well, one thing I will say is you got to be careful, because I've been to so many VCF Midwest and other computer shows, and there are a lot of young people at those shows now. I mean, Ken Waters can test on that too.
Yeah, unfortunately, he had to leave, but he's told me that too. That the number of younger people, like teenagers or people in their early 20s and stuff, is actually gaining. Their percentage even is gaining. It's not just because the shows are getting bigger, you're getting a few more of them and tagging along with parents. But a lot of them are a bit more interested in it and actually are participating on their own.
Where are they hanging out digitally so that we can reach them to come to our show or to come, and participate in the old stuff?
Well, I think it's one of the reasons to go to stuff like VCF. Like, we can't just stick with just CoCoFEST, because that's, like you said, that's the narrow bandwidth we're in. We have to go to these shows that are generalized and tell them the CoCo is an interesting computer too. It's not just the Apple IIs and the C64 or whatever. And
we've had some young people at CoCoFEST too, don't?
Oh yeah, Porta CoCo, Charlie was the one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Bruce's son, Bruce Moore,
who is now grown up.
I don't think he's hit 20 yet, has he? I don't think so.
Well, he's a whole lot older than he was when he started.
But he's still active. I mean, he's still helping, even doing some hardware design with his dad. So, there's some. And I think if you make it fun and they learn how electronics and computers and stuff work,
Well, you know what? Sometime I'll have my son come on and he can talk about how he feels about it all. He's actually a member of Discord, even though he hasn't been on it forever. I mean, he has an established place there, you know.
Well, you know, a fun episode would be to bring in a bunch of the younger people like Charlie and
exactly.
And just get their kind of view, like, you know.
Yeah, what
do you guys think of retro? Do you think it's of any use to your fellow people of your own age? Or are you guys only nostalgic because your parents are into it?
Or maybe they're into it because of the, you know, Arduino or the
you got to make it cool.
Raspberry Pi.
Yeah.
Well, and that's important too, that when we go to these shows, we need to set up tables and show the CoCos and so forth like that, because just attending the shows without putting a table is not helping the situation.
I think it was the last show where my son came, and he went over to one of the computers and was typing on it and playing with it. And I said, what do you think? And he goes, memories, it's cool, you know. And then that was it. You know, and we left.
Well, people like these kids like to do these things because it's nostalgia and brings back their childhood. So
yeah.
We got a comment from Area 51 Aliens exists in the chat too. He says, my son and his best friend both have built 8-bit CoCos on breadboards. They enjoy building hardware.
Oh, cool. Bring them on.
I mean, obviously, you're not going to build yourself like an M4 chip level machine because it's impossible to do by yourself. So you can still learn how some of the stuff works on the older stuff where it's, you know, manageable by one person.
I think a problem that we have is that we're in our childhood here still. It's 70 years old, at least me, you know, because I have my little toys and then I have my grown-up computers that I do graphics and stuff on, which is interesting, but
yeah,
there's always that link to the past. I have you know, hard drives filled with old pictures of, you know, I was very active throughout the years of taking pictures and making sure they were on the computer and showing them in my on my wall, you know, in Facebook and on some of these other places that I've branched to, but you know, nobody really cares about that stuff too much anymore. It seems to me like the latest stuff is the stuff that I don't join because it's a little bit too wacky, you know. And gaming, how many of you here game on the latest you know, games with a really fast processor and it's 3D and you know, your monitor's curved?
Yep,
and
I do.
There's two. Is that two or one?
I do some gaming.
Yeah, it's Grant. I did.
Okay.
I play Minecraft, but flat screens.
Yeah, see, I'm aware of this stuff, and I've never done it. I've watched others do it.
But be honest, Ron, speaking of narrow focus, you don't play games on your CoCo either.
Well,
you're just not a gamer. I mean, that would never interest you.
Yeah, well, I do play a little bit of games here and there, but not enough to. It doesn't take my time up, you know. I'd rather draw on the CoCo and try to make a decent picture from really crude, you know, devices.
No, I was talking more like the modern stuff, though. I like you don't play CoCo games or modern games, so you'd be the wrong person to ask.
Right, exactly. Yeah. But I came out of the age, you know, where everybody was doing it.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't play games much, but I never did. I was like you. I played. Oh, I guess I shouldn't quite say that. My teens, I played quite a bit.
Yeah,
and then I played the Wii a fair bit when it first came out. But basically, I don't play games that much anymore. But I have lots of friends in their 50s like me that still game constantly on Xboxes or PCs or whatever.
My dad, who is about to turn 70, still plays games on the Xbox.
Oh, 70, jeez.
Hey, are you calling my dad an old man?
Oh, that's my age.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's going to do that. It takes one to know one type of spiel.
Yeah.
I know he plays Xbox every day. You know, he likes to play the what is it called? Call of Duty and
yep, that's a popular one of the older ones. Paul Thurrott, he's in his late 50s. He plays that too.
Yep,
and has since it came out. Yeah, I think it depends. If you always were a gamer, you're still a gamer now. Even if you grew up with the Atari 2600.
Yep.
Oh, yes. Really?
Conan Exiles, Ark, Throne and Liberty, Battlefield 2142.
Neutroid.
I mean, just from going through the chat here, we have Area 51 Alien says Xbox One. Yes, he still plays that. Kevin Holloway, I still play Plants vs. Zombies. I mean, that's almost retro at this point, but it's much more modern than CoCo. Daddy Burrito says modern stuff is great.
I mean, Leo Laporte still plays games. He's
over 7. Well, no, he's around 70. He's probably on the same age.
Yep.
Yep.
I know I can watch some of the newest games being played on. I don't know, a couple of different places you can watch them play. And it's realistic. I mean, it's awesome.
Yeah. They're hitting that Uncanny Valley pretty hard these days. I mean, the newer graphics chips support full-blown ray tracing, not the faked-out versions they used to use for Doom and Quake.
Right, and I have reflexes of a toddler. I'm watching them and I'm going, well, what just happened? I can roll it back. You can't when you're playing the game.
You'll have to play those games on the iPad that cats play, where they try to trap a mouse with their hand.
Yeah.
Also, I just noticed Retrogames Jim Brain popped in and said, cool, glad my 6847 stuff made an appearance. Jim, I won't invite you on today because the show's already running along. But how about coming on next week to talk about that, exactly what all you're discovering there and what your ultimate plans for it are. Kevin Holloway says they also still use their the Wii. And hardly touch our PS3. I still use the Wii too because it's my excuse to try to get exercise that's actually fun. Because treadmills and the gym just suck. I hate those things. They're meat markets for people who are actually fit, so I don't fit in at all. Hey, next up we got UG Basic, Microgames Basic. Continues to get multiple updates per week. And both the beta and the main branch. Just as a brief little example of one thing that was CoCo related, is that there were some fixes done for the VDG graphical position calculations, and there's a whole bunch of other things. Some are specific to specific platforms within the Microgames Basic, and others are just general for all platforms. They've done some other further things, and Erico's actually been doing some testing on behalf. He pulled out some of the old code that he did with Microgames Basic quite a while ago. All the programs on the current version worked except for one. And they actually figured out already what the problem was, and it sounds like it's pragma of some sort you have to add at the beginning. But yeah, it's maintaining some backwards compatibility, even though I know Eric Canales had hit some issues with that. But yeah, it's obviously going. There's like 3 or 4 updates this week alone again, so a very active project. Next up, now I don't normally put stuff on that is stuff for sale. This is an exception. So Richard Harding, who's kind of the Dragon archivist, he's collecting all the history. He's got original documentation from Dragon Data themselves, like when they were signing contracts and all kinds of stuff. We've covered his stuff before. So he's got some original Dragon artwork here, and it's the original artwork from the original artist that did the selection for. Now, Dragon Data sold some stuff that they wrote themselves, single software packages. They also did some rebranded stuff or stuff that was done on the CoCo originally and resold for the Dragon. They also had these little compilation tapes where you'd get like 3 or 4 basic games in one shot, and this is one of those. And I thought because it's the original artwork and you can actually see it, getting ready for print. So it says here for presentation only, reduce in size. So this is this is like comic books and everything else. They usually draw or paint, maybe twice as big as the final product's going to be. So when they shrink it down, it looks that much more impressive. But this is for Dragon Selection 4, which has Composer, which is a music composer, Lucky Dip, and ASCII and Password. So there's 4 games in this particular one. And these are color keys, basically showing, how it's going to be set up for actually putting on a press. And there's the painted. This is the original painting, too. These are not prints. This is the original artwork that he's selling. And here it has like where it was going to get printed, etc. And this is something I definitely remember, Pantone color guides, where you have to tape on the exact Pantone colors, because you'd look it up in your Pantone book on the press, and okay, this requires 3 parts Pantone yellow, 2 parts Pantone silver, and 1 part metallic gold or something, whatever. That's actually a ridiculous color combo. But anyway, this is what I worked with in the industry for 30 years myself, so I'm very familiar with these. But to get this actual original artwork set for the press, plus the original painting that created the thing in the first place, that's a good collector's item, I think, to get. But I just wanted to show, because it's not too often we get to see the original artwork that these painters and stuff actually made back in the day. Sorry, go ahead, Rob.
Well, back in the day, before computers came along, in my early career in the sign business, we had Pantone colors, and people would come to us to make a sketch of the sign before it was made, and we'd use the same things to make sketches, and it was very similar to this. And sometimes we even made models of the signs we made, like if it was for an airport or something.
Yeah. Yeah. No, this brought back a lot of memories. I mean, I'm still on the periphery of the printing industry, though all the people that are actually doing the printing are doing it in different provinces and different countries from where I am. But this is something I kind of grew up with. I started in the industry when I was 20 and still in it now. So.
Did you have the press type, the lettering you rub on? Back in
You mean
day?
the old movable type stuff?
Well, they had sheets
wax
of
sheets, wax
of
sheets with a
font.
transfer.
Yeah, they were transfer. You'd use a stylus and rub them on and do a sketch with all the lettering.
I wasn't
coming.
as involved in the artwork department, so when I first got there, they were already. We had a big camera. I know they would shoot them, and they'd shoot the layers of Mylar that you'd put the different colors on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what they would have done for text. I do know some of the old pressmen that I visited there that had worked there since the 50s actually used the old movable type, like the big metallic things you'd arrange with boards and do it that way.
Printing. Yeah.
Yeah. And then they were already using CompuGraphic, I think it was called. And then years later, they started using Macs when those started coming out and doing a lot of publishing, but they were using the late 1970s, early 1980s
there was nothing like when the new fonts came out.
Yeah.
There was a rush, everybody had Helvetica first,
Yeah. Now that brought back a lot of memories, doing color key guides and stuff like that. But you get the artwork approval from, and then you get it back and make the plates for each of the individual colors and put them on.
One time, this is interesting, maybe, I don't know to you guys, but one day back in like 78, must have been closer to 79 because the Model 4 came out. When was the 4 out, you think? 80?
Model 4?
Yeah.
The Model 3 came out in 80, so it would have been later than that.
So 81 or, okay, so.
Probably 83, 84.
This guy showed up with an extended Ford van, and on top of it was an electronic sign with the lights on it, and it was powered by a generator inside, and it had a Model 4 connected to the sign, and it had software that would make the sign, program the sign.
Like, are we talking like a diesel generator? What kind of generator are we talking about?
No, yeah, it was a gas generator.
Inside the van?
To run the matrix of light bulbs on the top.
That sounds dangerous.
Yeah, it was.
That sounds like carbon monoxide poisoning in the making.
Yeah.
You just have to vent it to the outside.
Yeah, they did. They vented it to the outside. But the thing was, it was the first time we really saw a computer actually programming a matrix of lights, to make a message board. And they were selling it, for multiple thousands of dollars, naturally, because it was first, But things like that were the very beginnings of, computerized messaging, which was interesting. Yeah.
Now, before I go on to the last story here, which is involving the dragon, well, kind of. Jim Brain just confirmed he would be happy to come on to talk about the VDG ROM project. So I've asked him in the chat if he wants to come on early in the show or later. So hopefully we'll hear about that before the end of the show, or he can just contact me in Discord, of course. But he will be on next week by the sounds of it.
Cool.
Okay, last up, Tony Jewell. He's going to be doing a 6847 demo at an upcoming UK trade show, retro show. And he's not specifically doing CoCo and Dragon. He's doing anything with 6847 because it could be a VZ200. That could be the Acorn Atom. There's multiple machines that used it. There's some Japanese machines like the PC. What is it? The 6000 one was using a VDG chip. Anyway, there's quite a few. And he was kind of going through and grabbing some sample pictures here in a variety of modes, from the original SemiGraphics 4 to P Mode 4 to P Mode 3, etc. And he's got some samples here that I thought looked kind of cool. Now, this is a 6847 only, so the higher SemiGraphics modes like Nick's Hero, for example, require the SAM to get those modes, and this is just strictly 6 to 847 VDG, so those won't be there. But all the P mode 0 through 4 and some of the lower modes below that you'd have to access through machine language or pokes could be included. So he's got one here, just showing a standard VDG, no T1 character set. And of course, everybody recognizes Shrek, and that's a P mode 4 2-color. You know who that is, Ron?
Yep. Can't think of her name, but
Aubrey?
yeah.
Pepper?
Yeah, that's who it is.
Yep. Probably from what this picture would probably be from the 40s, maybe?
Yeah, that's a cigarette in her mouth.
Yeah. There's a car. That one is P mode 3. I think it might even be P mode 1.
I think that's an Opal.
3.
And there's the logo for Shanghai. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Actually, it might be. I'm not sure.
Reminds you of it.
So that's the kind of stuff he's going to be demonstrating at this show as samples of what the 6847 can do, which is an older video chip. It was originally designed in 78 and was, of course, part of the Project Green Thumb Videotech system that the Videotech terminal eventually took, and then the CoCo took, and the MC10, as well as some other machines. There's even some computers or gaming systems and computer systems that came out before the CoCo that use this chip. So, all right, that's it for the news today. Jim just got back in the chat here. He said earlier is better. Okay, Jim, if you want to come in right off the top of the show, we can do you first or do you second after project updates and acquisitions, because I am expecting to see some next week. And there we go.
Right, since we're pushing the 5-hour mark.
And supper's waiting for me.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
Anybody remember seeing that guy that did the voice there around lately? What's his name? Paul? Or
Rob Inman?
Rob, yeah.
I have not.
I haven't
Has
seen him
anybody
in a
else?
while.
No, you need to reach out to him.
I think he lives in Phoenix.
Well, you need to go have lunch with him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Jim Brain, you want to be on earlier? I don't know if you have the latest Zoom info to connect the call. I know Pedro did not. So if you want to hit me up in Discord so I don't forget, I'll send you the information to make sure you can go on. And just in case you missed last week's show, Jim, I'm not on next week. I'm actually out of town. But I'm sure the guys here will handle it just fine.
Yeah, who's taking over for you?
I don't care. I won't be here.
Not my problem.
I will say, though, whoever's reading the news, I will research the news because I'm not leaving until Saturday morning. So I will be able to collect the week's worth of news and
could be me.
Give you the links. You just have to read it out.
Most excellent.
Okay. Well,
all right, guys.
That should do it for today. So
see y'all next week.
Bye.
Well, not me.
Bye.
I'll watch the show afterwards. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Bye.